Let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Welcome to the Knights of Last Call. My name is Derek Melinda, and tonight we are going to be doing a first look at a new RPG that came across our plates. It's been a little bit of while since I've done a first look by myself. I've been doing them with Vin. I've been doing them with Bob. So this will be nice. We'll get back to the old standard. So it'll be really nice. So tonight we are going to be taking a look at Heroic Deeds. This game may not sound familiar to you because it wasn't familiar to me either. However, recently we had a new member of the Patreon join, and very cool individual. Goes by the name of Garblog, and basically mentioned that he had a game that he had developed and worked. And of course, our Patreons has a system by which the patrons can nominate a game, any game really, to be included on the first look queue. And you can even spend some of your precious golden tickets and elevate it to the top of said queue so that we take a look at it right away. And in this particular instance, Shufix said, hey, you know what? I want to support you. You're an independent game creator, and I'm going to put your game to the top of the queue. So Shufix went ahead and shot Heroic Deeds to the top of the list, and tonight we're going to be taking a look at their game. Now, it's my understanding, based off of a handful of conversations, that Garblag, has been a fan or watched the Knights for some amount of time, which is awesome, great, and of course they're obviously a patron, awesome, fantastic. So this isn't sponsored in any sort of stretch of a way. However, Garblag did provide me with this PDF, so thank you to Garblag. I will say that there is a link below that takes you over to Drive Through RPG if you want to pick this game up. As a reminder, it is an affiliate link. It doesn't cost you any extra money, but we do get a couple of percentage points into our account that we can use to buy future first looks. So the super chat goal today is $1. It says, don't super chat, just go buy the game. Because, you're helping out an independent game creator. You're helping out me through a couple of percentage points. But of course, if you do want to tip, we'd love the support for first looks, and I would really appreciate that as well. So yeah, we're not going to waste too much time before we go ahead and get into this. I am interested though, because this individual, maybe knows about Knights and has been watching us. I'd like to see maybe there's a little bit of elements here where maybe we had a little bit of influence in the design. So I'm interested to take a look at it just from the cover and again, first look. I don't know anything about this game. I really have not looked into it. But from the cover, it seems like it checks a lot of boxes. So I think we should be pretty excited. That's what went under the thumbnail. So I think it should be pretty good. Man, I'm looking at my video. I keep pulling stuff off of my shelf and I keep putting it back very haphazardly. So like my shelf is getting really messy back there. Like there's like Nimble and Lancer and like Mythic Bastion Land and Scum and Villainy and just a bunch of just random books jammed on top of other books because it's just getting kind of out of control here. All right, real quick here. What's up, Cinnabos? Hey, Jackal, what's going on? Kidrissa, neither did I until we started, getting into it. The creator is a patron, recent patron. I don't think they've been with us for more than a month or two. So, hello from Denmark. Hello, Kat. Appreciate you. Jake is ready to RPG. Fantastic. Severed Ronan, welcome. Beowulf, hope you're staying safe. I sent you a message out over there. Yeah, it is. I think it's relatively new, for sure. What's up, GM Setso? Good to see you. KC says we're back. Absolutely. Beowulf says Pete. That's the author. That's Garblag. The Pete of Garblag Games. Beowulf says Pete is an amazing dude. I've been watching Garblag Games even longer than I've been watching KOLC. They do actual plays. Interesting. Okay, cool. I think he posted an 8-episode game. I think they did maybe of Daggerheart. So FMD, good to see you. Shu is a good guy. Aaron Upchurch says, I love some Heroic Deeds. So we got one fan here in the checkbox. Kat says Pete and Garblag games are amazing. He has made a Daggerheart compatible thing as well too. Yeah, that is how I originally knew about him as well. Derek, you need to get Stephen Clicker to help you level up your shelves in the background skill. Please don't say that. The shelves that he has are eminently impractical. Okay, these are just nice cubicle Kallax shelves. They work really well. How did you get the red Rokugan L5R book? Well, they're all red, so I don't know which one you mean. John, what's up? What's up? Keith, yes, I have. All right, fair enough. Good to hear, Beowulf. Ooh, Boothby's playing some Star Trek tonight. Nice. YouTube is screaming at me. Now would be a good time to insert ads. Creators earn more money inserting ads when more viewers are watching. Give it a try. Click now. Fuck YouTube. The one titled Rokugan. This is an art book. So this is actually not produced by Edge. It's actually produced by Aconite Books. They're they do the fiction. They are the fiction publisher for Legend of the Five Rings. And they had this book at Gen Con, and that's where I bought it. But this is basically just an art book of all of the pieces from the RPG and from the basically from the RPG and from parts of the game and the game world and the living card game. So beautiful book. Hard to beat. Hard to beat Legend of the Five Rings for the art. You cannot debate that. Anyways, it's a beautiful book. Yeah, I don't know how many issues got I don't know how many how many they made. All right. So we are gonna go ahead and get the PDF up. There she is. All right. Heroic Deeds. Now, remember, as I said before, this is an indie game. So, again, this is a first look, which means a couple of things. Number one, it means I'm not going to be reviewing this game, I should say. Instead, I am going to be reacting to this game. I'm going to be looking through the rules quickly. I may miss certain subtle details, and, I apologize if that gives me a misperception of the game. But it is a first look, so it's just a gut instinct, gut reaction. I do try to aim for 4 questions based off of Jared Sorensen's stuff, which is, what does this game do? Does the game know what its identity is? Number 2, what are the mechanics of this game, and do they serve the purpose of the first? In other words, if the game says it's a game about intrigue and spies and diplomacy, then the mechanics, the classes, all that other stuff should be supporting that. And then the last question is, how does the game reward you? What is the progression like? What are, how RPGs in part are defined by progression. So how does the game reward you? Does that align with the first 2 things? And lastly, the 4 questions. The 4th question is, does it make a game? Which is the one that we have added. So also, it's an indie game. Not indie game in like MCDM is an indie game. I mean, this is a real indie game. So with that in mind, I am going to, probably be judging it by slightly different criteria, particularly in terms of the art. So like right off the rip, I will say for an indie game, this is a great piece of art. That's a pretty cool looking dragon. I will actually, give that some credit, give that some props. So this is all I know about the game. It is goal-based XP, heroic fantasy, emergent campaigns, modern mechanics. So that's all we got to go on. So we're going to go ahead and get into Heroic Deeds by Peter Lattimore from Garblag Games. Now, here we have Heroic Deeds, a goal-based heroic fantasy game. So, I mean, I think we'll look at what they say, but they're setting a tent pole here by saying that they are a heroic fantasy role-playing game. But they've, this is very precious real estate. They chose to include the term goal-based in there. This could have just said a heroic fantasy role-playing game. But, that would basically be D&D, right? So by adding goal-based, they are trying to say something about their game, and we'll get into that. Inspired by games such as, Advanced Hero Quest, That is awesome. For those of you who don't know what Advanced Hero Quest is a board game that was made by Milton Bradley, kind of as a partnership with Games Workshop. It's pretty famous. They did a reprint Kickstarter of it a couple years ago. It was actually my first D&D-like board game. I actually had Hero Quest before I ever owned D&D. So my introduction to fantasy was Hobbit, but my introduction to fantasy gaming was Hero Quest. There was a advanced version of Hero Quest that made it more like an RPG with more leveling up type mechanics that were a part of it. So that is a really cool inspiration. Then we go into Dungeons and Dragons, Earth Dawn, Forbidden Lands, Shadow Dark, The One Ring, and a Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. Now, it goes without saying that this is a very eclectic list. A channel like mine, that we have talked about every single one of these games on this channel except for Advanced Hero Quest. And to be quite honest with you, there's not many places on the internet where you are going to find a channel that has covered D&D, Earth Dawn, Forbidden Lands, Shadow Dark, The One Ring, and Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. That is a great fucking list. But it also says movies such as Conan the Barbarian, The Dark Crystal, Dragon Slayer, Crawl, Red Sonja, and Willow. And many of you know that this is like 3 or 4 of my favorite movies of all time, including Willow and The Dark Crystal especially, and Conan the Barbarian. Red Sonja is a little bit more campy than Conan the Barbarian, but I still love it. I have several videos about Earth Dawn. That guy, 4x6. I have several videos. All these are 80s fantasy movies. I love it. This is my bread and butter. I mean, this is what I was raised on. Kid Dressa says, I made this game for Derek. Maybe, I don't know. I did not kickstart it, so shout out to them. Okay, welcome Adventurer. All right, we picked up a copy of Heroic Deeds. It began with a rules light system that laid the content. It was just a warm-up. So why did I make this game? Fame and fortune, obviously, The truth is, this is my fantasy heartbreaker. You know what? Respect. But one that I created with eyes wide open. The core idea, a goal-based character progression, lodged itself in my brain and would not let go. Around that, I built a tabletop experience that channels the spirit of old school D&D, or at least what my nostalgia tells me it was, with a semi-procedural dungeon crawling at its heart. I want exploration, travel, combat, downtime, all to matter, and structure the game into 4 distinct phases. Heroic Deeds isn't for everyone. That's strong, and I'm okay with that. But if you enjoy delving into dungeons, fighting monsters, and a touch of hex crawling with a little sprinkle of narrative flair, this might be your kind of game. Fantastic. All right. Cool stuff. Created and written by Peter Lattimore. So basically one shot. In fact, everything else, all the other contributors are just artists and playtesters. So cool. And it was copyright 2025. So yeah, this game did just come out this last year here. All right, content. Again, there's something about the font here that feels very Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. This font, I feel like, is like the Warhammer Fantasy Roleplaying font. I could be wrong, but it feels very Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay-esque. In fact, yeah, like the font here is definitely very Warhammer Fantasy Roleplaying game. All right, so we've got a 200-page book with a basic introduction. Welcome playing and have the basics. Looks like there's an implied world setting. We get the breakdown of what is a character, how do you make one, all this other stuff, your ancestors, archetypes. We got a couple classes, the Battle Rager, the Dark Delver, the Lightbearer, the Oathsworn, the Rune Wielder, the Wild Walker. That's a cool name. I like the class names. So we have Battle Rager, Dark Delver, Lightbearer, Oathsworn, Rune Wielder, Wild Walker. Those are all actually really cool names. They're very evocative. They sound cool. Then we get pages on combat. Well, the adventuring section, which includes combat, exploration, and journeys and downtime, which they mentioned in the intro is the 4 phases of the game. Then we get a GM section of running the game, how to run the 4 phases, along with NPC interactions. A couple of pages on treasure, a brief section on what appears to be their implied game world, a couple of adventure site locations. They did mention that Forbidden Lands was one of their inspirations. A brief bestiary, and some appendices with character sheets and the like. And then we got a D12 hanging out over here. That's interesting. Hyperlinks are very nice. Yeah, the PDF seems well laid out, which is cool. Yeah, that is pretty sweet, to be honest. It's not often that classes impress me. Yeah, Cal, I actually really like these classes. I don't know anything about the classes, but I like it. And also, I think there's 6. 6 is a good number. For sure. I mean, to be fair, those phases have kind of been, in sort of ingrained into people over time. So one of the things that I do like to do here, well, I'm gonna shoot down over to the character sheet. Sometimes we like to shoot ahead to the character sheet just to get a vibe. Okay. Okay. So we got a character sheet here. Looks like it's looks like it's a 2-pager with a cheat sheet. Oh, this is the party sheet. Okay, so it's a 1-pager, and then we also have a party sheet. That's cool. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 6 characters, 6 characteristics. This shape implies a D12. We've got some skills with some dots. It looks like each stat is connected to 3 skills. I know it's stupid and silly, but I like the design layout. I like how the skills connect visually into the stat. I was born ... I trust ... This is very like life pathy, which I like. A box area for your attacks, protection, trappings, which must be like your gear. We've got a condition track over here on the right. And then we've got your defenses and wounds, vitality. Wounds and vitality, 2 different things here. So overall, this looks pretty good. It's kind of hard to tell exactly how the game works, but it looks like it's going to be a stat and skill system with 18 skills. All right. So we'll take a look at that. Okay. All right. Yeah, limited conditions right there on the character sheet. You got to like it. Oh, this is an even better piece of art. This is very Larry Elmore-esque. And I love it. Plus, I like art that tells a story, right? We can clearly see that this person has leaped onto the back of this dragon, has thrown its rider, off of the dragon. It's kind of cool. All right. Welcome to Heroic Deeds. Heroic Deeds is a goal-based heroic fantasy role-playing game with an old-school aesthetic. I think that is spelled wrong. But modern mechanics. It's about exploring an unknown land, locating strange and dangerous ruins, and delving into dungeons. Okay, so this is the game putting its tentpole in the thing. Now, it talks about it's an old-school aesthetic. Now, what does that mean? It can mean different things to different people. But modern mechanics. So, in theory, there's elements here like we've seen in Trespasser, which is obviously the modern mechanics of Trespasser are more tied to 4th edition D&D. But we'll see what this is. But it is a game about exploring unknown land, a.k.a., hex crawling is what we would normally call that. Finding strange, dangerous ruins, delving into dungeons. They will form their legend, capital L, and take adventurers to complete deeds, capital D, also the name of the game, Heroic Deeds. As their deeds grow, the heroes gain... this is the Earth Dawn influence. Okay, I see it now. All right. So in Earth Dawn, in Earth Dawn, it's not even called XP. It's called LP. It's called your legend points. And the idea is that as your character does these amazing legendary things, your character in Earth Dawn, at least, literally becomes diegetically stronger and more important as their true pattern gains strength. I doubt this game goes into that much of a detail, but it is definitely an influence. I can see this here. As their deeds grow, they gain more abilities and influence. They are guided, refereed, and challenged by the game master, whose role it is to be an arbiter. It's a kind of a cool way. I don't know that I've ever really read that line before in an RPG, which I really like. Guided, refereed, and challenged. That's a really cool way to set the role of the game master. which is neat. Goal-based. Okay, so this was in the tagline. This is the major difference between Heroic Deeds and some other well-known fantasy role-playing games. In most TTRPG, characters gain experience points, which they convert into boosts to abilities at a rate defined by the specific game. True. In Heroic Deeds, your archetype details out which deeds are open to you. Fulfilling a deed gives you a new ability, a skill boost, or some other benefit. Once you complete 3, you level up and more become available to you. On your adventures, you will also uncover other special deeds that you can complete to gain even more wondrous benefits. So this is basically a milestone-based experience system. What was the game that we saw that had very explicit milestones? I think it was Slug Blaster, maybe. But these aren't like the generic, hand-wavy milestones of a lot of D&D games. And it's also not adventure-based. In other words, the GM decides, okay, once you beat this boss, you have achieved that milestone and you level up. This is very much in the hands of the player, right? Not only does your specific, what I'm guessing, class or archetype give you deeds that you need to accomplish, but also as you adventure, you will uncover special deeds that will be available to all of you. So, okay. Heroic fantasy. It's fantastical. Characters are not peasants. They are not superheroes. The world is dangerous, but they're tough. Heroic Deeds is a built-in setting, but you don't have to use it. But it's really cool. The world's filled with knights, wizards, dragons, orcs, all the things that you expect. The core theme is the old school tradition of exploring ancient ruins from a more prosperous time, aka what we call points of light. A great war has ended, and those at the edge of civilization. Characters are created through rolling randomly or choosing on a series of narrative prompt tables that give you your attributes and skills. Heroic Deeds tries to capture an old school feel, but with a modern twist. Characters have an archetype. Hexes are crawled. Dungeons are delved. And if you want, there are tables to roll on. Okay. However, each of these rules are streamlined with modern mechanic and sensibilities. We've got lines and veils, safety rules, and all the jazz that comes with that. This is a collaborative experience, yada, yada. What do you need to play? You need some lovely 12-sided dice. And, of course, maybe a VTT. A lot of playtesting was done in Owlbear Rodeo. Very cool. Playing the game. You play the role of a character. Exploration. When the characters are out on an adventure and they are not traveling, they are exploring. This is the phase of the game where you investigate a dungeon, root out the bad guys, or hunt down a cult. It is tied to a specific location and it can include non-combat challenges. It's also a phase that is role-play heavy, involving skills, spells, talents, and trappings. I always ask the question I asked today in the Discord is, if that's role-playing, then when you're not doing that, what are you doing at the table? If someone came up to you and said, are you playing a role-playing game? Are you supposed to say, no, we're not currently role-playing? We got combat, and it looks like it is conducted on a 1-inch grid. The game has strong tactical elements, and the use of the grid allows them to work together. So we've got maps, hexes, grids. It's nothing too revolutionary there. The journey phase sees the party plot a course across the land to a specific location and make rolls to see if they navigate successfully hardships. This is a streamlined hex crawl process where tables are used to generate an interesting journey. Okay, folks, if you've been following along on this channel, where is this? What is this from? Put your answer in chat right now. You should know. Certainly one of my favorite aspects of the game. That is right, Beowulf. It is from the One Ring. Very good, Scotty. Very cool. I really like that system. It's a cool balance between it's a cool balance between just literally hand wavy point crawl and also full on hex crawling. And then lastly, Downtime. In the base game, this location is called Emberwatch. Holy shit. wait a second. It's also the case in 2nd edition as well, FMD. What was that? I'm having a moment here. What did I call that? Oh, okay. So, okay, this is really crazy. You know, we've been working on potentially doing a game for Wielder Feast. And the first area is called the Ember Wash Lowlands. And it's supposed to be a river called the Ember Wash that flows through this area of lowlands. And the starting city is located here on the Ember Wash. And then we were kind of play testing some names, and one of them was Ember Watch. So, which is pretty crazy. Anyways, crazy. Anyways, moving back. In the downtime phase, you get to perform one activity that takes up to a week. You can research, check maps, and all the jazz. Cool. So, cool phases. Role-playing. We're not going to describe what role-playing is. If you've got this hands on this book, you already have a good idea. I love it. We love it. It's like Draw Steel. Look, this isn't your first role-playing game. We know that. You know, this is not your first time. Player duties. Try things. Don't make unprompted skill checks. Be a team player. Know your abilities. Take notes. Engage with the campaign setting. Be a fair referee, but lean a little bit towards the heroes. Describe, record, and represent the world. Rulings, not rules. If you come across a situation where there isn't a clear rule or you don't even know it, just don't slow down play. Call for a skill roll and move forward. Check later. Provide opportunities for deeds. And campaigns are a blend of sandbox, emergent narrative, and a thin slice of guided stories. Roles will generate a lot of the goings on in this game, but it's your job to interpret, describe, and stitch things together. Yeah, I like it. In fact, I actually think that that's probably the best, you know, because in truth, you do need to guide things a little bit, because if your game, this is what we call the white binder campaign. If your game is truly just completely random sandbox nonsense, it will feel like completely random sandbox nonsense. So I actually like this, a blend of sandbox, emergent narrative, but a thin slice of guided stories. That's why the GM is there. You know, that's different than railroading, but you know, it's the GM's job to take those elements and, you know, again, stitch them together, which is what I think there. In heroic deeds, 12-sided dice, D12s are rolled against target numbers, TNs, to achieve successes. No other type of dice are used, as these are the best dice one can ever own.
I am strong.
Cheers.
Strong. Strong.
That is fantastic. Wow. I mean, the game gets a 10 out of 10 straight up. Heroic Deeds has a set of procedures that require dice rolls to complete. Outside of this, they should only call for a roll if time is a factor or there's a consequence to failure. If none of these are an issue, then don't make a roll. There are 3 types of rolls: skill checks, effect rolls, and table rolls. Table rolls are simply roll and consult a table, so like Oracle rolls. Skill checks are when you roll a pool of dice, each being compared to the target number for the skill. Effect rolls are made with a pool of dice dictated by a factor, like a weapon, against a target's defense value, because it's only using D12s. All right. When you make a skill check, you roll a pool of D12s equal to the governing attribute. So there's 6 attributes in this game. Each dice that rolls equal to or higher than the target number is considered a success. The base target number is 11. This is modified down by the number of ranks that they have in this skill being tested. Okay, so your stat is 3. You'd roll 3d12. You need an 11 on a d12 to get a success. But you have 2 ranks in that skill, so you need 9s. Okay. Skill checks that are resolved instantly can have a difficulty associated with them are concluded with 1 die roll. Skill checks made against success tracks contribute their successes to the track. So it's kind of like a complex skill check, a skill challenge type situation. Some skill checks will require more than 1 success. This is based on conditional modifiers or for complicated situations. The number of successes required is called the difficulty, abbreviated to a D. Tests will appear pass a might D2 check. Cal, this is very much like Warhammer Old World, not to be confused with Warhammer Role Playing, which I did mention, but this kind of uses the exact same process, Cal, as Warhammer Old World. The difference, though, Cal, is in Warhammer Old World, your skill check is based off of just your skill rank, right? It's not necessarily tied to the exact number. But yeah, I don't think you have to subtract much at all. That guy. In fact, if I'm guessing correctly, I should say, what are we on? Page 8. The PDF does not appear to have a bookmark, which is unfortunate. Ooh, neat. So for example, if I have 3 dots in observe, then I would write 8+ here. So I know that if I'm making an observe roll, I'm going to take however many D12s I have written in this D12 looking box. So I go, oh, okay, my guile is 3. So I pick up 3 D12, and then I follow the little arrow to observe, and I go, oh, cool, I need an 8 or more because I have 3 dots. So that is awesome. Very simple, quick, easy, nice. So very, very, and I like that, like you could just have the 8+ here, right? And you could just have the dots here. Technically, this is duplicating information, but it's exactly for the reason that guy was saying, where it's like, hey, I don't want to have to do this subtraction every time. And you know what? I like seeing my little dots filled in with how many ranks. So I think this is a very elegant design, quite frankly. Dots go up. That's right. Cal says, okay, so are we mega gaming this in Rapanathuk? Oh, who knows, buddy? Yeah, the flowchart motif works for me as well. Blasted. Dots go burr. Exactly. Okay. Okay, so that's a success. And then again, the GM can change the DC by asking for more successes, right? You will often roll more successes than are required. So let's say the standard test requires 1, and you roll 2. Skills and talents later in the book detail some of the ways that you can utilize these. And in combat, having extra successes deals more damage dice and more options for martially oriented characters. Ooh. Success at a cost. We love that. Sometimes a character might just not quite make it. They are so close that if they are willing to pay a price, the GM can give them success. Your character is a hero, and they may have a little bit extra to give in times of need. If they roll 1 success fewer than required, they may forfeit 1 vitality, we're not sure what that is, to generate the last success. The player or GM can narrate how they overextend to reach success in this particular situation. If a character or creature has run out of vitality, they are unable to push themselves, and they must rely on luck. So it's not like success at a cost of like, oh, the GM makes up some sort of PBTA-like things. This is quite literally, I'm assuming vitality might be some sort of hit point mechanic or some sort of, stress mechanic. And, it's quite literally pushing yourself. So it's not success when we see success at a cost, I think we're all programmed to think of this as PBTA-like. But if, I think trading hit points for that extra little bit of success could be really cool. Ooh, all right. We get a little, this is okay. The hero die. Every time you make a skill check, one of your dice is considered the hero die. It has to be nominated before you roll, and is advised that you roll a different color or pattern die for ease, saying, hey, this is my hero die. If you roll any successes, any die with a value that matches the hero die value counts as an extra success, but not the hero die itself. The hero die does not need to count as a success itself in order to trigger the hero die effect. Therefore, if the hero dice itself is a success, any matching dice will be 2 successes each, 1 for beating the target number and 1 for matching with the hero die number. So basically, if you have 1 special die and any dice that match that dice count as successes. And the dice could have been a success anyways. Interesting. I wonder why this is in the game. Is this their way of doing like crits? This must be like their way of doing crits. Right. If you roll a 3 on the hero die, then all the other dice that roll 3 are successes. And if you roll a 10 on the hero die, anything that rolls a 10 is a double success because it matches the hero die and it would be a normal success. Or sorry, 11 or whatever. Interesting. Right. The hero die itself would still be a failure because it's a 3. That's the only part of this that's a little bit wonky, but you have to do that. Otherwise, every roll would always be a failure or would always be a success, right? Right. And the other thing is you have to have rolled at least a success. So it doesn't actually help you succeed, right? So it doesn't raise the floor. It just increases the ceiling. Is that right? Oh, Full Metal Dragon, brutal. Nice. Now I can use 2 differently colored D12s in an actually good name now. Yeah, so it doesn't mitigate failure. It just basically there's an option for you to like push your success even higher. So that's interesting. I'm assuming it's so that you can have that really explosive turn. I don't know what the dice values are going to be for your stats, right? For your dice pool. I'm going to guess that they're going to be somewhere between 2 to 5 dice. And thus the odds that you ever get like, you might get 2 or 3 successes, but the odds that you're ever going to get like 3 or 4 successes is very low. And it's nice to have that big explosive turn, right? Where you somehow miraculously generate 6 or 7 successes and, have this really super big, huge, massive things. I'm not quite sure. I mean, without going into the odds of it, or, the percentages of it, of what this exactly is here for doing it. My guess is it's here so that you can have a chance of having a big explosive turn. That's my guess. Because again, this doesn't actually make it more likely for you to succeed. So this does not help you, assuming the DC is, 1 success. It doesn't actually help you avoid failure. Only thing it does is it gives you a greater chance of getting like 3 or 4 or 5 successes off of a dice roll. Right. This is a win more mechanic. Correct. It's a win more mechanic. Okay. Some challenges require several successes before it can be completed. Yeah, it's like an explosive dice. Explosive dice is a great example of that, right? Explosive dice have to roll high anyways, so you've already succeeded, and then it explodes so that you get an even bigger moment, right? Okay, some challenges like obstacles will have a success track like this. Might, Tactics, Craft, 5 dots. This shows that the skills that could be used to contribute to overcoming this challenge and the number of successes required to do so. In this situation, there is no difficulty threshold on a skill check. Every roll simply fills a number of circles equal to how many successes you rolled. As each roll will often take a turn, how long it takes to do this is dependent on how well the heroes roll. Sometimes a dice or a situation or a talent or a trapping will give you extra dice. These are temporary. All right, so that is the core mechanic for making a check. Effect rolls. When a force acts that is outside of your character's control, but that you have unleashed, such as weapons, traps, powers, you will need to roll against a target's defense score as the target number for your success. In these situations, you'll use a defined number of dice that is referenced as the strength of the effect. A good example of this is weapon damage in combat. All weapons have a strength rating, which is the number of dice you roll to cause damage. In this instance, the target number isn't based off of your skill, but is instead based off your opponent's defense. Each success is 1 point of damage. Okay, so it's a 1-to-1. And the only time that basically effect rolls are where basically instead of using your numbers, you use your opponent's defensive numbers. They do have opposed rolls, are used when one person's ability is not the only decider of a result, or they must overcome a phenomenon. Action oppositions will ask for opposed. I don't really like opposed skill checks. I know some people are crazy about them, but the defending person's successes are subtracted from the acting party successes, and you have to have at least one or more to succeed, which again gives the advantage to the defender because the defender wins on a tie. Effect opposition sees either your protection value or a skill check reduce the strength of a static incoming effect die rolls. Oh, this is basically gobble dice. So like if something's coming in to hit you, and I'm guessing, I'm kind of reading this a little bit into this, but if something's coming into you and it's like a 5 dice effect and it's about to hit you, if you oppose it somehow, for each success you get, you'll take 1 die out of that effect pool, thus making it a less effective effect, which is, you know, basically gobble dice from Rain. Interesting. I mean, I liked gobble dice. I thought it was an interesting mechanic. I'm sorry, I don't have my turkey soundboard up. Luck. Even the greatest party of heroes needs a little luck from time to time. Luck is a shared resource. Okay, so it's like Gambits from Blades in the Dark. Never mind. It has 2 states, good luck or bad luck. Oh, okay. Your table should represent luck with 2-sided tokens with different faces, such as a coin or something from a board game. Select one face to represent good luck and the other is bad luck. The luck pool begins with a number of good luck equal to the number of heroes and 1 bad luck for the game master. If a player uses a point of good luck, the token is flipped and becomes bad luck. When the GM uses a bad luck, it flips back to good luck. A player that flips a point of good luck may re-roll any number of dice they just rolled, but must accept the second result. The game master may use a point of bad luck in the same way for NPCs or any of their effects that may affect the PCs. Players and GMs can only flip 1 luck per well. Oh, yeah, Othello pieces would work really well for that as well. Seabeard says force points from Star Wars Fantasy. It's kind of a bit like Fear and Hope, kind of, sort of, you know, in the idea that, like, if the players keep using up their luck, you know, then the GM will have a bunch of bad luck. Zarian, I agree. Rerolls can be a little uggy because, you know, you can spend it. The one thing that's nice, though, Zarian, is it doesn't feel like you're spending a resource as much as it otherwise does. Like in Pathfinder 2 and stuff, you spend the resource. Here, it feels a little different, I think, because you're just flipping the token. I know it's like a semantical difference, but I do think it feels a little bit different. But in general, yeah, I think spending for rerolls and then rolling worse is just a very not good, fun mechanic at times. But, you know, it's not the worst thing. This feels better to me than the standard. You know, you spent your hero point and it's gone forever. Here is their world. It's built upon a magical mountain. It is very anticlimactic. There's no doubt about that. Rerolls in dice pool games do tend to feel better than single check games. I agree. Which is why, by the way, in my Fabula Ultima game, in Fabula Ultima, you can spend a Fabula point and invoke one of your character's 3 traits, either your character's theme, your character's identity, or your character's origin. And if one of those 3 things applies, and generally speaking, one of them will, you can re-roll your dice. And you keep the new result. You can re-roll, you roll 2 dice. You can re-roll either or both of your dice. But my rule is, if you spend the Fabula point and you re-roll and you still fail, then what you can choose to do at that point is succeed automatically at a cost that I will let you know about. And if you're willing to accept that cost, then you can automatically succeed. So basically, if you spend the point, you get another bite at the apple. And if that bite at the apple fails, instead of being like, womp, 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 instead I'll say, okay, if you still want to succeed, they'll say, I want to still succeed. I want to still, whatever. And I'll say, okay, the cost is X. And they can say, yes, I accept it. And then they get their success. So as long as you have a Fabula point in my game of Fabula Ultimate, you will always be able to succeed if you're willing to pay the price. I'm going to skip over the little example of the world here, but it does look like it's, not too super deep here. The World Mountain, very seven heavens of Mount Celestia feeling. All right. So that's a basic element of the game. We've got D12s. We've got dice pools of D12s. We set a target number, and then we have to roll above it. So it feels a bit like Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. It feels a little bit like Warhammer, the old world, the new game. It should be pretty quick for most of the things. We get into a little bit of fiddliness with the opposed rolls, but I understand why people do that because they want to be able to have some idea that, hey, hitting this creature is tougher or harder than hitting, that creature. So I get that. So heroes. So we've got the anatomy of a character sheet. We've got 6 attributes. They are divided into pairs. You have your natural attributes, supernatural, and professional. So you've got guile and vigor, occult and psyche, education and training. You can't have an attribute above 5. Guile is perception and awareness, natural cunning. Vigor is your athleticism and strength. Occult is your ability to sense and understand magic and emotions. Psyche is your inner strength and confidence. Education is your book learning. And training is your muscle memory and physical capability. Interesting. So it's not quite, D&D stats. Kind of its own thing. I will admit this would be a little bit of a stumbling block for me because I'm not. These are not attributes that I'm like coded to, and so it'd be a little weird for me to be like, is this training or is this vigor? Like, I suppose it probably depends on the skill. I don't think you ever actually make an attribute check. I think it's always a skill check. So the attributes maybe don't matter so much. Defenses provide target numbers for effects rolls that threaten your character's safety. So it looks like the GM is rolling against your defenses. Enemies and some obstacles have similar attributes that you will need to roll against with your skills and trappings. Toughness. This is 4 plus your vigor. Evasion is 4 plus your guile. And defense is 4 plus your psyche. So that's the value that they have to roll against, right? We know the default value is 11. But when it's an opposed thing, they're going to be going up against your toughness, evasion, or defiance. And we basically have fortitude, reflex, will. Protection. Some trappings, including armor and shields, provide a protective layer. This value is subtracted from incoming effect strength of that source before the roll is made. Okay. You have protection against crushing, piercing, slashing, cosmic, element, and psychic. It's interesting that physical, I guess it's just like there's 3 physical and 3 magical, maybe. Survival. These are the pools. We love pools that can be whittled down as you adventure and are replenished when you rest. They will change often, so track them. For more, see the health section. Wounds are difficult to recover. Vitality returns with a breather and completely returns after a good night's rest. Wounds is your life source. Until you gain the hero talent, if wounds reach 0, you die. You have 4 plus your vigor. So these are like your actual hit points. So we've got kind of a Halo shield versus HP, kind of a Star Wars style Saga Edition, you know, or Star Wars D20, where you have your hit points and then you have your, I think with Star Wars, it was literally called Vitality. This is your ability to soak Hardship and a resource for activating your special archetype talents. Okay, so this is not only a, it's not only a resource, it's not only a hit point, but it's also a resource. If your vitality reaches 0, you become stunned 2 or weakened 2. At character creation, your vitality is equal to your vigor plus your psyche plus your training. Okay. So, yeah, maybe these actually aren't, maybe vitality isn't as much of a shield. It might actually just be a separate resource. It does say vitality returns quickly, and it completely returns after a good night's rest, whereas wounds is like, you know, actual blood and bones and meat being chunked up. Speed. This is how far you can move. The first is in feet, and the second is number of spaces on a 1-inch mat. Okay. Ooh, in combat, you may spend vitality points to move a little further as part of a move action. I will say I like that. I like when you can kind of push your character's speed. Because a lot of times, one of my problems with grid-based games, and I know you might say, Derek, that's what makes them tactical. I know. But like sometimes it's really annoying when something is just like 5 feet away. It's just annoying. You're like, okay, I guess I do nothing on this turn. I mean, I get it. It's what makes it tactical, but I don't know. It's not very cinematic. And it just feels very gamey, board gamey. Skills are the primary ways with which you interact with the world. Most roles will be skills. Skills sit under a governing attribute that represents how well you can channel that attribute. Filling in the ranks in your character sheet is easy, and there's a space that you can write down your modifier number. We saw that, really cool. Some skills require certain equipment or knowledge to perform the full task. For example, a character cannot use craft to repair a drawbridge without a crafter kit. Finally, there is a limit to skill ranks. You cannot have more than 5 ranks in a skill, which will give you a ability to succeed on a 6 or higher. Talents are our special abilities. They are gained through completing deeds. Conditions are effects on our character that doesn't do physical harm, but otherwise confers a persistent value. And bulk is our carrying capacity. These are either very heavy or very unwieldy. They can carry a number of bulky items equal to their vigor plus training. To represent that, pockets aren't bottomless. 5 regular items count as 1 bulky item for carrying purposes. If your current bulk exceeds this value, your speed is reduced by half. And if it's double, your speed is 0. So here we have a nice little flow chart. So training with 3 dice, and the skills are craft, prowess, and operate. This is how many, the dots are how many ranks we have. Thus, our skill target numbers are 11, 9, 11. All in all, that seems pretty situated. These attributes would take me a while to get used to. You don't like small items, make the load limits bigger so everything could be 1. I don't mind it. If you're going to count it, you know. I kind of agree with that. The problem is then you get to this world where, you know, the load limits are 50. It's a tough balancing act, Cal. It really is a tough balancing act. All right, so this game is actually hitting all of the questions right in the back, because it's like, what is this game about? What are the mechanics and how do they support it? And then advancement. I mean, this is right here in the beginning, and it's built into the name. The name of the game is Heroic Deeds. One could argue that this game is based around, you know, this. Yeah, but Tor also hand waves all of your stuff, Cal. So. Like, you don't have to actually have a pot. You don't have to have a rope. You know what I mean? Like, you do if you want it to give you a bonus die, because then it has to be one of your whatever items. But, like, you don't track rations. You don't track water. You don't track the miscellaneous stuff in the One Ring. All right, so here are our deeds. They represent our character's experience and enable us to learn new talents and abilities. Leveling up opens up new deeds for you to complete. The higher the level, the more powerful. Deeds have a number of advances needed to complete them, represented by circles. Each time you complete one of the listed activities, you may fill in one relevant advance on a deed. You cannot advance a deed more than once in a round of combat, but you can over the course of a combat. Once you fill in an advance trick, you get the reward. So here we have Rogue in training. Your advance track is 4 circles. You have to survive 4 battles against multiple enemies. If you reward, you increase your max vitality by 2. Okay. Cool. So each character would have a couple of these, I guess, going on. Do you advance right in the middle of combat if the goal is met? I'm guessing you would. I'd be maybe. Do you have to survive 4 battles 4 times or just 4 battles? I think you have to survive. If you survive a battle against multiple enemies, you mark a box. That's how I would assume that's the way that works, Jake. But yeah. Once you complete 3 deeds of your current level, you move to the next level, which opens up new deeds to complete. And you can still complete ones from previous levels as well. Some deeds require the successful use of a skill. These checks need to be important to the completion of the adventure, not trivial tasks created to game the system. The GM is, right, you have to put in a weasel rule here, because if, it's like, hey, you need to, fish, and someone's like, I'm going to go fishing. No, it got to matter. These are one of those, like, don't be a weasel type things. Yeah, bag of rats called out. Exactly. Adventure deeds. Your archetype isn't the only source of deeds. Archetype is your class, by the way. So your archetype isn't the only source of deeds for you to complete. As you adventure, you will find locations, people, quests, and even items will provide you with deeds to complete in order to get a specific reward. The GM will let you know as adventuring deeds become available to you what their goal is and what that reward is. Adventure locations and room. I love this. That's exactly what I love about this Full Metal Dragon. I like that this puts the bookkeeping on the player. And this is almost like a form of fronts, but it's like reversed fronts. So it's like backs, where like the players are the ones trying to push their deed agenda, and that's going to cause them to sort out their things. When we played 4th edition D&D, I did exactly that, Jake. The way 4th edition worked is every adventure would have major quests and minor quests, and the major quests were usually like the major like campaign focused things. The minor quests were usually very character specific, and they would be on note cards, and I would hand them out to the players. And it literally in 4th edition nomenclature would say things like, name of quest, level of quest, goal of quest, reward for quest, yeah, it's a bit like managing your RPG quest log in video games, And Scotty, I agree with you. It starts to feel a bit, diegetic, for sure. To a certain extent, right? Like if I'm a rogue in training and I survive a couple of battles, I get a little bit of vitality. That feels fairly diegetic. And then in order for my rogue to level up, again, one of the things that we've talked about in D&D forever is my wizard could, in theory, go on an adventure and never cast a single spell, get a bunch of experience points, and level up and get better at spellcasting. Why? So, I'm assuming that your archetype-based deeds are probably driven, or at least related, to your character's archetype. So I think that's kind of cool, because it makes it so that your character wants to go and do those things that feel appropriate for someone of your particular class. Lastly, artifact deeds. Some special magical items known as relics release their powers as you perform deeds with them. One deed will often unlock another for character advance. Okay. once you reach 6th level, exactly, the age-old D&D question. Why does your setting have magic school when the wizard who adventures gets all the real power? 100%. Once you reach 6th level, you are nearing the end of the base game. People. And approaching a new tier. To mark this transition, there are not multiple deeds for you to complete, just one large heroic deed, right? Sounds very like 4th edition. This deed has 4 components to fulfill. Once you do, your character has truly become a hero in the eyes of the Emperor Watch, reaching 7th level. Levels 7 to 12 will have a more heroic questing style of gameplay and be detailed in a future book. Getting there is enough adventure for now. Oh, shit. It goes to 12. What is going on? What is going on?
Strong.
Not to mention tears. Not to mention, I mean, yeah, commit to the bit. Wow, what a craziness. All right. Buildings. Once you reach level 6. Now, again, it looks like this core set of rules. I know. Well, it's my understanding that I think he's been a fan of ours for a while. So I don't know. Tundalus. What's so goddamn special about 12? Because the game uses a D12, Tundalus. D&D used a D20, and it went to level 20. That's exactly right, Sveti. It's doing exactly what I said. Put the first book out for the first levels, expand it later. 100%. Right, but you have to wait for the advanced stuff. This is so Earth Dawn, 100%. For those of you who don't know, the core game of Earth Dawn didn't include the full components in Earth Dawn. There was a second book called the Earth Dawn Companion that actually had the higher level talents and levels of your class. All right. If you get to level 6, you basically start getting into, building game, building sub game. You also get retainers, although it looks like a couple of them can get them before level 6. Got some retainer rules here. The Oathsworn and Wild Walker can recruit retainers before level 6. The stats are found in the Bestiary. If a retainer dies in your employ, you lose 2 council influence. This feels like a freaking Northern Reaches game. Retainers behave the following ways. Retainers count towards the journey phase, but cannot make rolls. Retainers count as party members in the encounter phase, but do not add actions. Retainers count as party members in the combat phase, and they take an activation turn like a hero being controlled. And retainers rest in downtime. All right. Creating your character. So first you build your legend. Then you determine your archetype, your ancestry. You complete your skills and attributes. You determine your gear, your starting talents and deeds, and add any finishing touches. You can roll or pick from the 4 legend tables. Each one boosts an attribute and provides a rank in a skill. If you roll and don't like it, just choose one. Cowards. Then you choose an archetype. This is what you do. Each has a focus on abilities that distinguish it from others. Some are good in combat. Others are skilled and ingenious. Others are better at magic. Each has a role to play in your party. Determine your ancestry. You come from one of the 12 people from Arlorn. You choose your ancestry. All your attributes start with 2. Each of the first 4 steps will grant you a point and ranks, and then you kind of fill this in now. Then your class will provide you with some starting gear, but you get some silver pieces to buy some additional stuff here, so pretty normal here. And then you know what your starting feats and abilities are, talents, and then choose a name and all that other stuff, normal stuff here. So here's an example of a legend that the person rolled. Lewis is creating his character and first rolls 4 12-sided dice to create the first 4 steps of his legend. He rolls a 2, 1, 6, 12. Consulting the tables in this section, he sees that his sentence is, I was born in blood and flame. I trust only the truth. The world taught me that death comes soon. I seek to remove a curse.
Zetram01 tip $10. I need to know if this game has a thrown weapon that works like the one in Kral.
that super mega throwing thing. I don't know. We'll have to see what we'll see if there's like some sort of crazy weird spiked chakram or something in the equipment section. Thank you, Zetram. I appreciate you. Appreciate you looking up. Appreciate you supporting First Looks. Reviewing the boosts from these, I guess each of these gives you a different boost. Lewis feels that they would be a good Battle Rager or Wild Walker with a leaning towards lore and medicine. He selects Wild Walker and rolls their 5th D12, getting a 1, and their final legend is, my infestation is warm-blooded and clawed. Okay. From those random rolls, he ends up with a 5 in vigor, a 4 in education, and some skills of the following. Once they have chosen their ancestry, they can derive their defense and starting hit points and vitality, wounds and vitality. Then he needs to note down their talents and gear. So yeah, there's definitely an element here of Warhammer as well. I mean, I do love Testy Tricky how in Warhammer, if you roll on the chart and just accept it, you're actually a little bit stronger. They let you roll and then cower it out, but then you lose some build points. A classic example of a review of the character sheet with an index. Love this stuff. Great way to decide it. So, by the way, same thing here. Remember your defenses, the number down here in the bottom. This is just Fort, Ref, and Will, but it's the number that your opponent has to roll higher than. So pretty simple. I think we're all kind of used to that. Doesn't really look like there is an armor class as such. You have protection, but all right. So here's our different. I was born to rule a kingdom. I was born amid storm and thunder. I was born of prophecy and portent. And all they are is just two bonuses to your attributes. But I got to tell you, for a lot of people, I'm talking about people like Bob and Bob's friends, this is exactly the level of character background that you want and you need. This already puts people into a mindset of, oh, I know who I know who my character is now. You know, I trust a greater power, only my 2 hands, what I see before me, coin, and again, bonuses. And all they are is just bonus to attributes. But I absolutely love this life path system. This is very cool. The world taught me to live by my wits. Knowledge is power. The old ways. Very cool. I seek forbidden knowledge, revenge, a worthy opponent, to end an era, etc., etc. And then we have our archetypes. The Battle Rager is a school of fighting to counter the reckless creatures that spilled forth from the Age of Challenge. Play a Battle Rager if you want to get stuck into combat and deal lots of damage to your opponent. Vigor is key to their survival as they expend wounds and rely on dealing damage. Psyche is also important as they need to convince opponents of their complete fear of death. Battle Ragers learn powerful roars that increase their combat deadliness. Somebody like Diablo 2. Dark Delver. So, I mean, again, without getting into the actual details of the class, Battle Rager sounds really cool. I like barbarians and fighters that can do more than literally just swing a sword. And so if they have this roar ability, I loved roars from Diablo 2. I like that. It gives you a lot more cool feel to the character. Actually, you know what? I've got 4012 right here from from Mad Dragon Games. So let's see what my character was. My character was born beneath the earth. I'm a dwarf, apparently. I trust my companions. The world taught me to help others in need. And I seek to destroy evil. Oh, my character sounds pretty sweet. I was like, some of these are pretty harsh. My character is kind of, I was born beneath the earth. I was born beneath the earth. I trust my friends. I trust my companions. The world taught me to help others in need, and I seek to destroy evil. All right, so I'm kind of getting like, maybe like Paladin vibes or something. I don't know. That's pretty cool. All right, so I like this Battle Rager. Dark Delver is a skilled dungeoneer and rugged survivalist.
Tundless tipped $6. Here's $6. I'll give you the other 6 when the second book comes out. Thank you for first looks.
Yeah, there you go, Tunnelist. That's how it works. You get part of it. What kind of fool gives you the whole game in one go when you can sell it to them twice? Big brain energy. I mean, I think that's a cool thing. I actually have talked about this for years, that I wish more games did this. I actually mean this. So Dark Delver, I love this. This is cooler to me. This is better to me than a rogue. I like this better than a rogue because this is kind of combining the elements of, you're like an explorer. And I think an explorer is cooler than a rogue in this context. You are a skilled, stealthy dungeoneer who is armed with gadgets. That's cool. Reminds me of the dungeoneer from Land of Eam, right? Which we just covered. Lightbearer. Very Tomb Raider-esque. Kind of a ranger plus a rogue in some ways, but without like the overt thievery aspect of it. Lightbearers, if you want to take down evildoers and support your party with buffs. Well, that sounds like my character for sure. Lightbearers concentrate their divine energy into a locus through which they can bring blessings upon the party. Oathsworn is a warrior of great skill and dedication who has chosen martial perfection. So this is kind of our monk paladin. Rune Wielder, a magic user that learned the ancient runic arts and casts arcane spells. Wild Walker, somehow infested with a piece of the verdance. These wanderers know the ways and forms of nature. Play a Wild Walker if you want to guide your party through the wilderness and shapeshift to battle your enemies. All right. We got some ancestries and some languages and cultures and stuff like this. Hey, look, we got dwarves. All right. They are called Earthborn. Nice. Plainsborn, Skyborn, Starborn, Verborn, Sparkborn, Beastborn, Scaleborn, Tunnelborn, and Umbraborn. Ooh, Urgeborn and Fireborn. A lot of different ancestries. I don't really know that these do a whole lot. It looks like it's mostly a cultural thing. And then we get into the class. And again, look, it's an indie game. Obviously, there's not going to be full color art on every page. There's nothing wrong with these little black and white snippets. I think it looks totally reasonable, totally respectable. Absolutely have no problem with this. Just a simple 2-page layout. But, for the chapter heading, for the class heading, we get this pretty cool piece of art of this what I assume to be a battle rager, leaping up to strike this frost giant in the face. This is a really cool piece of art. Maybe that's the battle rager. I don't know. Maybe they're all battle ragers. I'm not sure. But I like both these styles of art. In general, I like black and white sketch art. I do like this art better than Draw Steel, Beowulf. Battle Rager. So we have the fantasy of these characters in the context, the role play of these characters in this context, and the game. So picking your attribute gives you some additional attribute bonuses. You get charge and roar, and then you start with some items. And you also get the 5th question of your legend. I'm not going to roll it because we haven't gotten that yet. I think I'm going to be a Lightbearer. So charge. We don't really know how combat works, but we can see that this costs vitality, and roaring actually costs a wound. Nasty. So we get different roars that we can choose. When you roar, make a perform check. It lasts for a number of rounds equal to 1 plus the school, or 1 plus successes you rolled. You can only have 1 roar at a time. When a roar is active, it gives you specific benefits, increasing some attributes and reducing a particular condition. This represents the fact that the Battle Rager reshapes the inherent magic of the world through their desire, display, and audacity. So we've got the demons howl, the dragons thunder, the gladiators call, the titans bellow, yada, yada, yada. And charge is, charge. We move twice and attack. And we do more damage. Is there 1 per condition? My guess is yes. Looks like there's 6 conditions. Not sure. It's interesting how the results are weighted. Yeah, because it looks like might is going to be the one that that's going to be the skill that's going to be the most useful to you, and perform is going to be the second most useful for you with your roar. And here are our deeds. These are our 1st level deeds. So we have to defeat 4 opponents in melee combat, and then we get a talent. Face me. Now remember, once we complete 3 deeds, we level up. Successfully hit 4 times as part of charge in combat, and we get brutal slam. Gladiator. Survive 3 battles against multiple enemies. Reward, increase our vitality. Let loose. If we roar 4 times in combat, we get the Focused Fury talent. If we're seeing red, if we take 3 or more damage, we mark this, and we get a Bloody Grin talent. And Strong Shoulder. If we clear 1 adventure location, we get the Bend Bar Lift Gates talent. This is kind of cool. It's very gamey. It's kind of diegetic, but it's very gamey. Why wouldn't you mark things? Do you not would you not want to level up? Do you not want talents? No, it says you have at first level, you have all of these deeds. I think, because it did say that as you get higher level, why wouldn't you want a talent? You're like, I don't want a talent. So, okay. I'm Lion's Head Gaming. I assume you could probably say, yeah. And Beowulf, I think you're right. Once you level up, you can still mark lower level ones. I think you can have every, I don't know. Yeah, you have all of them, and then you only need 3 to level up. So you let's say you completed the arena challenge, coming through, and gladiator. Now you'd be level 2, and you would have 9 of these options. So the only thing it says, I think, is you can only mark. Yeah, I think you can fill out every deed and get everything. I think. I could be wrong. And by the way, this is the final thing. This is how you get to level 7. You have to defeat a villain in combat. This is the heroic deed called Your Legends Grow. You have to clear 2 adventure locations, complete 2 downtime activities, complete 2 journeys, and defeat a villain in combat. The reward, you construct an arena in Emberwatch. And here are all those talents. I mean, there's not really that. I mean, it's like less than like a Pathfinder 2 character. I mean, especially a Pathfinder 2 character with free archetype. It's actually not that bad. Now remember too, these are your archetype deeds. Locations, NPCs, quests, magic items, they can also give you deeds. Yeah, of course it is Lion's Head Gaming. I mean, this is the Battle Rager. Look what you're trying to do. You're trying to make might checks. You're trying to inspire awe. You're trying to fight multiple enemies. You're trying to take damage. You're trying to defeat opponents in melee combat. You're trying to defeat adversaries in single combat. You're trying to roar, 5 times in combat. So, I mean, PF2 would be 10 class feats, actually 11 class feats, unless you're a wizard. It's 11 class feats plus 10 skill feats plus 5 general feats plus 5 ancestry feats. That is a great question, Tundalus. I do not know how you balance that in any capacity. 100%. Maybe it doesn't matter. I don't know, Maybe it doesn't matter. No. No one does all the skill feats. Spoken like a true PF2 player line. That's how I know that when someone tells me that they play Pathfinder 2 and then they tell me they don't take all the skill feats, that's when I know that they're actually a real Pathfinder 2. Exactly, Vintage Zebra. This is really cool. And as a battle rager, this is going to this is what I talk about. This is why I call this what gets rewarded gets repeated. But this is the point of having rewards influence the game. Like, as a battle rager, I want to get into combat and I want to defeat opponents and I want to even potentially take damage and I want to fight tough opponents. And you know what? Maybe I want to fight an adversary in single combat. You all stay back. I have to prove my worth. I mean, this literally sounds like the name of an ability from Warhammer Fantasy Role Playing. So this is very cool. And this is just the battle rager. Maybe you're not into this. So, and we get all these cool talents. I'm not going to get into all of these things, but and they don't seem like they're that complicated. I mean, look at all these things. They're like, what? A sentence or two? Doesn't seem terrible. Also notice that we see combat abilities in here, but we've got exploration abilities, journey abilities. Now, sure, you're a battle rager. I'm not saying that you're not going to be combat focused, but I saw Chestburster and I immediately thought of aliens as well, Tundalus. But it does say sometimes you don't have time for the Dark Delver to work their magic and you just need to smash loot and run. Also, a little bit of a side note, I really appreciate that we've got a pointless but flavorful name, clearly delineated, italicized in a different box along with the name, which is also just pure flavor checks all up in the top. Then we get nothing but cold, hard mechanics. So phase, exploration. Oh, you thought Chestburster was a combat ability. No, you're just breaking this chest open. The trigger is the overcome action. For the cost of 1 wound, instantaneously, you automatically overcome 1 vessel obstacle that requires the might skill. Sometimes you don't have time for the Dark Devil to work their magic, and you need to smash, loot, and run. That's kind of awesome. Now, how do we get Chestburster? That's a real question. Shiny. Overcome 3 obstacles using might. There you go. I mean, if we're not chest bursting the phylactery, what are we doing here? Lion's Head Gaming. No, Vintage, this is checking a lot of my boxes, Vintage. You are 100% right. This is very sad. By the way, maybe it's just me. The chest burster just to smash you and run. Exactly, Tasty Trekkie. Thank you so much. I don't know about you guys. I would absolutely be delighted to be filling in these little, I'm just imagining looking over my deeds list and being excited, of circling in my little, like my little SAT forms, my little Scantron of deeds and being like, oh, hey guys, I really want to, let's get into some big fights tonight. I really want to let loose and see red. So let's get into some, really cool big fights, Yeah, exactly. Session goals. And I'm assuming, everyone's going to have some deeds that are similar and some deeds that are not similar. So this is obviously the big barbarian person. By the way, when we get to level 6, if we get to level 7, we build our arena. That's our final quest, by the way. We get to build an arena. They have a little bit of thing here for arena. So when you transition into the end game mode. But here's the Dark Delver, and we got another really cool piece of full art. And again, this character, I'm way more interested. I've said before, my least favorite class in D&D of the 4, core classes, is the rogue, is the thief. I don't like that. And I think we all had a different experience. When we saw Chest Burster, I think a lot of people thought different things. I think a lot of people thought you bursting their chest or them bursting out of someone else's chest. None of us, I think, went to treasure chest. But like when I see this class, like I'm much more interested in a treasure hunter, than I am a rogue. And I think this is way, way cooler, for me personally. Let's see here. You are not a common or garden thief. A dark delver has spent time exploring the darker side of civilization. They seek out the rumors of lost city and ancient relics that only often less scrupulous folk are only willing to share for a price. They are always learning, whether it is skills to help them survive or information about the Doomhearers into which they delve. The allure of ancient dwarven magics and powerful relics is one that they can seldom deny and many achieve. So, I delve in search of ancient treasures, lost dwarven cities, a mythical relic, the enemy. And look at that. You start with a relic of your choice. See below. This relic is powerful and attuned to you. It will not work for any other person. It can be stolen from you, however, so look after it. Ancient dwarven magic tech doesn't grow on trees. Very cool. This is another great piece of art. I love it. Dark delvers are collectors by nature. So you start with looks like an old pre-apocalyptic, like a provisional bilocator. A vambrace embedded with crystal and brass fits snugly over your forearm. Myriad of soft lights tempting to touch. A spectral refractor. You become invisible until the start of your next turn. So like at level 1, your Dark Delver starts off with some if anybody ever read Artist Simber, or maybe you guys know who that is because of the 5e adventure. Artist Kimber was like a kind of a shitty rogue, whatever, but he finds this legendary artifact called the Ring of Winter, and it kind of turned him into a superpower. The temporal capacitor. Yeah, John, somebody knows Artist Simber. All right, so let's take a look at the deeds of the Dark Delver. All right, so we've got Danger Sense, Sidestep, Step out of melee reach, ranged 3. Oh, step out of melee reach range 3 times. We get the Tumbling talent. Range Finder, defeat 4 opponents in ranged combat. Cunning Strike, defeat 3 opponents that couldn't see you at the start of your turn. So you can see this is a very different set of goals than just a thing. And we can also see that, yes, it's combat it leans towards combat, but it also leans towards exploration and, clearing an adventure. And as we get into the next level, you can see we get complete 2 journeys, use your relic's major function in combat or exploration, make 4 operate checks in exploration, clear an adventure location, right? Only one of these is in second level is combat in nature. So you need to fill all the bubbles in 3 of those. Yes, in order to level up. Now, to be clear, you could also get deeds from the GM, from the world, right? Like if an NPC gives you a quest, the GM might hand you a new deed, I think is how it works. Now, I don't necessarily know that you might have to complete 3 of your class deeds to level up. I don't know if it's 3 of any deeds, but, we'll see. All I know is that this would be, and you know what? It says, looks like all classes will have a generic survive multiple big fights to increase health deed. Good way to combat HP bloat. Yeah. It doesn't seem like it would be too crazy. So Garblag, who is a patron of ours, said they did send me, Pete did send me a message. He says, I won't be awake for your stream. I think he's based out of the UK. Just a note to say that the drive-through RPG purchase now includes a separate region map, blank character sheets, and location sheets. I'm working on a custom Foundry system builder actor template with JSON to play with Foundries. It's not a proper module or anything, but it does work. This is something that he would definitely like to work on for Foundry. So, yeah, very cool. So there's something, but no, it is not like, it doesn't have its own Foundry system module. It just uses the custom system builder. Cool. I also think it's important that every class let's call it what it is. I think it's really important that every class have an ability to, I think every class needs to have something for fighting. Combat is going to happen. Look, it is what it is. Combat is cool. And, there's a saying in the OSR, which I don't 100% agree with. Like, I understand where it's coming from, and I talk about it a lot, but they talk about, like, combat is a failure state. And there's a certain amount of truth to that, especially because you don't get much of a reward in old school games, and you can die. But the fact of the matter is combat is fun, and a lot of the classes, especially more modern classes, have combative abilities. And this game is saying, look, it's cool to get into combat. We're going to reward you for getting in combat. There's certain deeds that you can only accomplish in combat. And it's important to me that every class has something that they want to do in combat, So Tundla says, I like deeds because I feel like your players are never going to ask, what should I do in combat? They'll look at their deed goals and immediately know what they want to do. I am rewarded for leaning into my class fiction. I tumble away. I use my magical items. I fire my bow from a hidden position. Exactly. I have no idea. That's a great question, Beowulf. I have no idea how quickly you could level up. I mean, to be clear, I usually like to level up every 2 to 3 sessions. So for me, I would get through 6, and you start at level 1, so you're only leveling up 5 times. So for me, that would only take, between 10 to, 14 sessions. That's pretty normal. Yeah. They're very cool. And you know what? The game says it is a goal-based heroic fantasy, and it is delivering on that exceptionally well. And I do think this is also very good for new players. And we talk about like wanting people to be player focused and player agenda. Yeah, very cool. By the way, shout out to, I don't know if this is going to continue, but like one of the deeds from the Battle Rager or whatever was called Ben Bar's Lift Gates. And one of them from this one is called Find Remove Traps. I love that some of the talents that you acquire or the deeds that you acquire are named after old school abilities. Oh, Jesus Christ. I like leveling once every 5 sessions at about 5 hours per session. Holy shit. Oh. So, Mike Cadera says, Garblag Games' actual plays tend to be less than 10 sessions, which I'm assuming is informing the pace here. All right. Well, this is very cool. All right, the Lightbearer, which is what I think I was going to be. Divine energy, they worship faith. They are not concerned with the petty darkness that lurks in the corner of the commoner's heart. No, they are preparing for the battle when Oathsworn, Throx, and Zon threaten all life in the coming age of darkness. All right. My locus was formed by a great deed. Oh, I rolled 12. Did you undertake an arduous voyage, scale the world mountain to reach Jotengrid, or some other great deed? So Aaron, who apparently played the game, we leveled up about every 4 sessions at 2 hours per session. So there you go. All right, so this is our kind of our cleric type character. We get blessings, which are kind of like spells. Oh, the Delver builds a guild. Sorry, yeah, we skipped that. I mean, I don't want to get into every single class because it would just take too long, but this is really cool. By the way, like we can, if we clear an adventure location, we get our lay on hands ability. If we summon a divine locust 4 times, we get our holy aura talent, healing word, divine health. You know, if we go into melee and we become a battle priest, we get our prowess increased by 1. Yeah, very cool. And again, you're a cleric, but you're still a dungeon adventurer, which I think is really, really cool, which is like, you know, we get, you know, noble heart, light in the darkness, back foul beast, but we also get dungeoneer, you know, like we're still just, you know, we're still supposed to be an adventurer at the end of the day, which is really cool. At level 6, if our legend grows, we get to construct a temple in Emberwatch. Here is our talent list. Just great pieces of little art there to kind of add in. Oh, by the way, we kind of skipped this, but every class at like level 3, when you complete, when you clear out an adventure location, you get the hero talent. And we saw this before, you die at 0. But if you have the hero talent, there comes a time when the deeds and good works of a hero draw such attention that the gods themselves might intervene. Trigger, 0 wounds. When you reach 0 wounds, you are not dead. When the party returns to Emberwatch, Hjaljar heals your wounds as normal. Your convalescence is all-consuming, and you don't get a downtime action. I think once you reach a certain level, this game mechanically gets rid of death. Yeah. So it's kind of like, it's like taking like the D&D paradigm, which is once you reach a certain level, you would just, you know, if somebody died, you just went back to town and got them raised dead. Again, I stress this very much. I played 3rd edition D&D. It does sound like you can get TPK'd. Yes, Cal, I'm reading that as well because it says the party. When the party returns to Emberwatch, the Hjaljar heals your wounds as normal instead of you just being dead. I think this is actually really cool because, as I've said before, I know a lot of you played different games and you played like super, you know, weird versions of 3rd edition with pansy DMs who didn't kill you, and or you played with completely broken characters and GMs who were afraid to tell you no, like the spoiled child that you were. Or maybe you never played AD&D 2nd edition. But the point is I'm trying to make is people did die. It's true. But unlike the OSR would have you think, outside of like level 1 or 2, once you got to like a couple of levels, you just got raised dead. It was not a big deal. You know, death was just a status effect to be recovered from. And it was not the end of the world that people make it out to be. This modern obsession with like, death is all consuming, but then also let's make the game really dangerous and deadly. It's kind of stupid, actually. And this is basically just saying like, yeah, exactly, John. Let's not worry about diamond dust and slell slots. And also one of the things that Smith always talks about is especially it's really fucked up in games like PF2, which in theory says death is on the table. Death is on the table. But then it also says, here's this raise dead ritual or this resurrection ritual. But it also says you need to have certain amount of gear and loot in order to function in this game. And then the raise dead and resurrection ritual is so expensive that paying for it would break the game. And I've talked about this before, but in D&D 3rd edition, raise dead was 500 gold. In D&D 3.5 edition, raise dead was 5,000 gold. Now, getting your character raised dead became not only a problem because it was affording it, but also meant that your character almost, in order to get someone raised, you had to almost sell off all of your magical items just to be able to afford the raised dead. And it created this insane problem. Lion says, I've literally never had a PF2E character die. Take care, Irish. It's good seeing you. So anyways, my point is, well, no, that the point is not to make Full Metal Dragon, or it's not to make Raise Dead a higher level spell. The point is it shouldn't be a higher level spell. In fact, in D&D, Raise Dead is lower level than the heal spell. Heal, which heals somebody to full hit points, is a higher level spell than bringing someone back from the dead. Think about that. Yeah, Jackal says delicious in dungeon characters talking about how many times they've been raised is great. Let me tell you a story. In our 3rd edition campaign, the one that ended with the Vorpal sword, the characters were like level 14 or 15, and Tim's character, Wielder, he was an elven fighter. He was an elven fighter who specialized, I think, in dual wielding. There was a series of sessions where he literally died every single fight. I'm not even kidding you. He died every single fight. And so it got to the point where the gods got sick of, raising him all the time. And so they basically instilled him. This is a fun little side tangent. Doodaloo, 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 doodaloo. I don't know if I've ever told this story before, but okay. So Tim's character was really low hit points and didn't have a good armor class, but he did a lot of damage. So super glass cannon. And he died like every fight. Literally like every fight. Sometimes it was Tim's fault. He was stupid. Sometimes he just got really unlucky. And he got killed in like some of the most craziest ways. Like there was an enemy monk who hit him with a quivering palm and he died. Tim like ran past a Hydra who made like 18 attacks of opportunity. And again, he died. Anyways, so Tim's character died in every fight. And the gods got super sick of resurrecting him all the time. So they got together and they basically channeled their power into him and they made him immortal. Because they're like, we're so sick of it. So the gods got together and they like teamed up and they beamed him full of life energy and they made him immortal. So if he died in 1d10 rounds later, he would get back up alive. Now, that proceeded for the rest of the campaign. But what's great about this is this was 3rd edition. This was like, early 2000s. Years later, okay, when we were playing 4th edition, one of the player's characters from that game, the one with the Vorpal sword was actually, it was called the Blazing Blade of Effortless Murder. It's a joke on Rich, who played. That was his character. Rich loved leveling up. He didn't care about anything. He just wanted to level up. He loved EverQuest. He loved grinding. He loved leveling up. And the joke was that this is a very deep cut. At the end of the campaign of our 20th level campaign, Brennard, the barbarian, who wielded a blade called the Blazing, the Black Blade of Effortless Murder. That was the name of his greatsword, the Vorpal greatsword, the Black Blade of Effortless Murder. He was actually level 21 because Rich used to help me out and clean up after every session, pizza boxes and soda cans or whatever. And so I would always give him bonus experience points so that by the end of the campaign, he was level 21. An epic level handbook had come out by then. So we let him be level 21. Well, the joke was that after our campaign ended, his character kept wanting to level up. Okay. And so his character became obsessed, because all his character cared about was leveling up. So his character continued to level, even when we weren't playing the campaign anymore. We weren't even playing 3rd edition D&D anymore, but his character was still leveling up and killing stuff. And his character kind of became, pretty, kill frenzy. And eventually he got to the point where he thought about it and he was like, oh, hey, my buddy is immortal, but he's still a high level PC, still a 20th level PC. So the story goes that he basically kept this immortal character prisoner and just killed him over and over again, like a MMO mob that respawns, because his character would die and then respawn in D10. This is like, having a very diegetic view of experience points, right? Like by killing somebody, you take their experience points. Anyways, so the idea was that his character kind of became evil and kept killing this guy over and over and over and over and over again, to eventually level up to be super powerful. But eventually he got so high level that he couldn't get experience points from killing this 20th level PC anymore. He was too high level. He was like level 30 or something. So then he decided to start going and killing the gods. And the reason why all this story comes about is because when we started playing 4th edition, one of the Rich, who originally had that character, made a dwarven fighter whose goal was to find this legendary blade, his prior character's blade from 10 plus years ago, from a prior campaign. And his character started going through, trying to find it. And it looked like the blade had been shattered, which nobody understood, into different pieces. And nobody understood why, because Aaron's character, Aaron Smith's character, who was an avatar of Moradin, had actually made the blade unbreakable. Like Queen Dalar, can't be destroyed. And it turns out that his character, this barbarian, had wanted to level up so much he started killing gods like an EverQuest character to get levels. And that explained why in 4th edition the god list was so short. In 3rd edition, the god list had like 52 gods on it. And in 4th edition, there was only like 11 or something in the player's handbook. And it's because in our world, Rich's barbarian character killed all of these gods until eventually the gods all got together and they teamed up and they took his character out, and then they took his item and they shattered it. And Smith was actually really pissed about this because even though this was happening in a meta story, he was like, no, that's bullshit, Derek. I made that blade unbreakable. My character, who is literally an avatar of the Dwarven god of crafting, made that blade unbreakable. It cannot be broken. I call bullshit. And I said, no, you will see what'll happen. And he said, I don't know, I call bullshit. Fast forward to the epic end of the 4th edition campaign, where the group is finally about to put the blade together, and it comes out that it was actually Smith's character, his original character, who made the blade unbreakable, who shattered it in order to keep his friend from killing off all of the gods. And so they go back to this original location where this whole adventure started back in 3rd edition, which is the Forge of Fury from the noted adventure. And at this point, it's been thousands of years. And they get there to recover the final shard of the sword. And who is guarding the shard after thousands of years? That's right. Tim's original immortal character. Totally a Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade thing. Because Tim's character has been guarding this thing for thousands of years to prevent this blade from ever being reassembled because of what it did to him. Again, he was murdered literally, millions of times by the blade. But also because he is the world's truly only immortal being. Anyways, that was the story of that weapon and that blade across multiple campaigns and multiple systems. Good times. Anyways, moving on. Fun times. Cool story, bro. What about the first look? Anyway, this is all great. This is all really cool stuff. I mean, I'm not going to go through. I could totally go through all of these, of course, but I'm not going to. But so we get a temple. The Oathsworn is more like a paladin. Yeah, more like a paladin, kind of. Like a paladin guardian? So yeah, it's like, no, you're more like a guardian. Okay. Yeah. Less paladin, more guardian. More knight, more knightly. Okay, you're more of a knight. Okay, yeah. Veteran, squire, defend the meek, together we stand, aspiring warlord. Doors and corners. That's great. That's a great name. And then if you complete your legend, you get to construct an order in the town. Yeah, so you're kind of like a warlord knight. Man, that is totally Warhammer Fantasy art coded, by the way. Love it. You can create an ancient order, an order of the peak, or the war college. And then here's our spellcaster, the Rune Wielder. They've got your spells are alteration, dimension, and invocation. All spells cost 2 vitality for the Rune Wielder to cast. There are 3 forms of spell: alterations, dimensions, and invocations. Cool. Space Wizard. It's a cool deed. Cantrips. Cast 4 spells in combat. Reward dancing lights. Wait, go back. What am I going back for? I mean, wait, go back is very generic. Oh, shit. Lion's Head, I think you're right. It looks like every spell is a 3-action variable spell. Like we always say that the PF2 spells that are the coolest are the ones that are 1, 2, or 3. I'm assuming that that's what that means. Lionhead Gaming. Like Flame Blast is stronger as you go 4, 6, 8. Earth Wall is bigger as you go 1, 2, 3, 5. Fold Space is a portal that lasts 1, 2, or 4 rounds. Poison Cloud is blast 2, blast 3, blast 4. Yeah. Mana Missile. The strength of the attack is dependent on the number of actions used to cast the spell. Very cool. And I think the spell always costs 2 vitality, if I'm reading this right. Yep, all spells cost 2 vitality for the Rune Wielder to cost. By the way, they start with, you select 4 spells. These are inscribed in a book. When you use the cast spell action, the spell becomes more powerful the more actions you use to cast it. Arcane magic takes a great toll on body and mind. Unless otherwise stated, whenever you cast a spell, you must consume a runic item, such as a scroll, or spend vitality, as listed under the spell description. So describe scrolls, they only give you, when you use this, it costs 10 silver pieces. Describing the scroll turns it into a runic item. When you use this activity, you create 3 plus your level scrolls and must detail which spells you have imbued into them. You begin your adventure with 6 scrolls. When you cast a spell consuming a scroll, you cast them as if you were using the 1-action version, but it doesn't cost you any vitality. That's a kind of a cool compromise. Like, yeah, like if you have money, you can have a lot of scrolls and you can cast a lot of spells, but they're going to be the 1-action version. If you want to cast the big stuff, it's going to cost you your actions and your vitality. Very cool. Oh, that's very cool. All right, Thunder Punch. Your arm becomes a thunderous tornado of force. All creatures within the area, which is Aura 2, they take effect roll versus toughness, the strength of which is dependent on the number of actions. Each success equals a 1 square forced move. Cool. Yeah, you should, if you're willing to, yeah, you can cast 3 action 1 spells. Yeah. Kat, I have no idea. It's 9 o'clock for me. I mean, I'm probably going to go till like 10 or 10:30 or something. I'm just getting kind of stuck into the weeds here, unfortunately, with all the class design. I think it's really cool seeing what they do. Oh, neat. Look at this. If you pick up an Invoker, so frequent have you used the runes of invocation that you could scribe a flame burst scroll in your sleep. When you cast a 1-action invocation spell, that's one of the 3 schools, reduce its vitality cost by 1 to a minimum of 1. And again, the vitality cost, I'm pretty sure, is 2. So basically it costs half as much as long as you're just doing the 1-action version of it, which is pretty cool. All right. So cool stuff, cool stuff. What do you get? You get a tower, of course. And then the last class is the Wild Walker. This is your druid shape changer. And you're like infested with nature energy. And your thing here is you manifest one of your adaptations, changing shape. You begin with 2 adaptations. You can only have 1 adaptation at a time. It costs vitality to do it. It's 1 action. It lasts 3 rounds. And the adaptations are, there are 7. There's the Claw and Tooth, Fang and Venom, Hoof and Paw, Quill and Hive, Root and Thorn, Scale and Shell, Trunk and Stem. Take care, Nabel. Or Nabi. And then we got all their deeds there. And you get a Haven if you get to level 7. How long is a round? Do we know? I don't know. All right, adventuring. So this is about what the skills do. We've got, observe and shadow and arcane and composure and, skills. Biotitan is such a good old school name. We've got armor. So it looks like armor protects you from crushing, piercing, slashing, and elemental damage. Potentially. Some of the heavier armors lowers your evasion. Yep. Armor and shields provide varying levels of protection against crushing, piercing, slashing, and elemental damage. Heavier types can reduce your evasion due to less mobility and visibility. Shields must be raised in order to add their protection value to their own. So we got some PF2ism there. Ten-foot pole. There we go. Gain a die when bypassing mechanical hazards. Look at that. 10-foot pole with a mechanical effect. Looks like everything has a mechanical effect. Rope and grapple. Gain a die when using might to climb or overcome a barrier obstacle. Very procedural in that way. Yep, everything has a mechanical effect. Camouflage gear, medicine, herbalist pouch. We got some kits that just, if you want to buy stuff in easily. And then here are our weapons. So this is what skill it uses. Its range, its strength. These are common weapons. Here's some military weapons. Like a great weapon uses might and has strength 10. And let's talk about combat. Combat is when you might die. Combat is broken into rounds. Then any other importance. This is very awkwardly worded. The combat phase sees the party engage. It's misspelled. The combat phase sees the party engage in pitched battle against dangerous adversaries. This phase is broken into smaller time intervals, called rounds, than any other representing the importance of the split-second choices one must make in battle. There's a number of spelling mistakes and grammatical mistakes throughout the game. It's not like the end of the world, but those probably should be cleaned up. Certainly before it goes to print, if it ever goes to print. Within a round, each player takes their turn and may choose from any number of standard actions and heroic ones provided by your archetype. Anyways, there's 6 types of damage. Heroes will have protection from them. Conditions are not solely for combat, but often come up in combat. A lot of deeds relate to combat. This is to reflect the hard lessons at the end of 3 Feet of Steel. Morale. Most creatures won't actually fight to the death unless they are cornered and have no way out. Even though combat takes longer than the other phases, we don't want it to be a slog. So creatures and encounters often have morale conditions that suggest to the GM an alternative way to resolve the combat without mopping up literally every last minion. Initiative. In heroic deeds, initiative alternates between the heroes and the bad guys. Hero, bad guy, hero, bad guy. Battlefield takes place in a 5-foot grid square. Actions. Each hero gets 3 actions on their turn. There's a set of basic actions, as well as every archetype provides certain bonuses, actions that you can take, like cast spells and stuff. Enemies. Heroes will fight enemies. They're found in the Bestiary. They are their tiers of enemies and the distinctions between them. Some enemies are a lot easier to deal with on their own. Combat is a 6-second round. So very D&D coded. Within this 6 seconds of time, every character and opponent takes a turn. Once all the bad guys have acted, the round is over, and the process begins again unless a morale condition has been reached or everyone is dead. You get 3 actions and 1 reaction. So literally PF2 in that way. We've got, pretty standard D20 looking type things here. Line of sight, cover. Nothing seems crazy here. AoEs, pretty normal. Auras. Blasts, sprays. Movement. Diagonal movement is the same as straight movement. So 4th edition, we don't count 1.5 on the standard of the move or every other diagonal. Terrain costs, part moves. Sometimes the combatant will want to take an action halfway through their move action. In order to enable some of these actions can be taken partway through a move action if applicable. The hero spends the required share of their movement to get into position and then the rest after the interrupting action. For example, you could move 2 squares and then use an action to open a door and then use the remaining 2 squares to move. So that's cool. broken up movement. If you've played PF2, you'll know that is a tremendous pain in the ass. Doors are the ultimate defeater. They are the ultimate winner of action economy. Got force movement, kind of, very 4th edition coded as well. Here are the standard actions. Attack is 1 action. Interesting. Are you guys seeing this? You make a melee attack against an adjacent opponent. You can do it during your movement. A1 means it takes 1 action. You make a melee attack against an adjacent opponent or a ranged attack against one to which you have line of sight. The base difficulty of any attack is 1, but is impacted by cover, light, and range. Any successes beyond those required to attack may be added to the effect roll to cause more damage. So number one, this is one of the reasons I like dice pool systems. I like that, obviously in PF2, if you roll 10 or higher, you get a crit and you do double damage. But I like when, if you roll higher, you do more damage. But this means that your first attack, you have to roll 1s on your D12s or higher. Now, it does say it is impacted by cover, light, and range. But I believe this means is that the first attack you make, all of your dice, assuming there's no cover and there's no problems with light or, concealment, and there's no range penalty, let's say a melee attack, that all your dice are success. Because now there is a multiple attack penalty here. You can see it, is that the second time you make an attack, the difficulty goes up to 3, and then the difficulty goes up to 5, and then the difficulty goes up to 7. But what this means is that your first attack that you make each round is basically guaranteed auto hit damage, right? Sort of. I mean, I think there's a defense. You still have to roll damage, and their armor, I think, can negate that. But this is obviously a map, but it also basically means that it's essentially auto hit, and then as you get to the 3rd or the 4th attack, that's when you get into PF2 range where it's 50-50. But this is also because the armor doesn't really, so it's very low chance of missing. Yeah, it's, in fact, you can't miss with your first attack. Every dice you roll is a hit. Unless there's some sort of, cover or concealment. The thing is as you make more attacks, if you make a second attack, now you would miss on 1s and 2s. If you make a third attack in a round, now you're missing on 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s. You can, by the way, I do think 1A is better than A1. I agree. Maybe I'm reading this completely wrong. Okay. Isn't difficulty the number of successes needed, as you need 1 success, not 1 plus? I don't know. Okay. So this is the base target number for a check. Okay. Difficulty is number of times you need to get a success. Got it. Okay. So that being the case, it's still very easy to hit the first time, but it's really hard to hit the second or third time. But then why do they call it Okay. Well, I think the max stat is like 5 or 6, right? Beowulf says, yay, no free lunches. All right. Move, push, step, you know, the whole thing, jams. All right. With a successful attack, you roll a number of dice equal to the weapon's strength minus the defender's protection value. Remember that you also get +1 for every extra success you rolled on the attack. The resulting dice are rolled with the target's defense as the target number. In the melee, this is toughness. In ranged, it's evasion. Okay. So what do we actually roll for attacking? Is there an attack skill? Did I miss that? This book definitely needs a whatever it's called, the bookmarks. Because I can't actually. There's no bookmarks, so that's kind of annoying. Well, I'm just confused because there's nothing that we've seen in the game that actually tells you how you actually make an attack. And that is confusing. And unfortunately, there's no bookmarks, so you have to go all the way back to the table of contents to go to this page in order to actually go anywhere. Okay, it was based off of the weapon. Okay, so the attack rolls are just the skills. Okay, because there's like, is there a trappings? Okay. So all right, got to go through before I get to weapons, I have to go through camouflage gear. Okay. So let's say I have a battle axe. I attack with the prowess skill, which is one of the skills. If I attack with a longbow, I attack with the observe skill. If I attack with, okay, so there's no attack. It's just all a skill system. Got it. Okay. So might, prowess, observe, operate for crossbow. What else do we see? Might, prowess, might, prowess, operate for a light crossbow. Okay, so basically, ranged weapons are observe, crossbows are operate, big, heavy axe type stuff is might, and swords and stuff are prowess. So I make that check, and if I get one success, I hit them. Then my strength of how much dice damage I do is, for a battle axe, 7. Okay, so I'm going to roll 7d12. They might have armor, which, let's say they're wearing Brigadine. Brigadine reduces that 7 to 2, or by 2. So I'm going to roll 5 dice. Then I roll those 5 dice, and that character's defense value determines how many I hit. Yeah, this is kludgy. This is kludgy. This is probably the first thing I've encountered that I don't like. So I have to make a dice pool that I then roll against my own skill with a variable number of successes. Then, if I hit, I then determine my dice damage pool, which is based off of my weapon plus a bonus number if I beat the DC by, or if I beat the number of successes by a certain amount, minus their armor value. And now I've got a new pool. Then I roll that second damage dice pool against the character's resilience or defense or whatever it's called. Right. And if you have a hero dice, you have extra successes. The most important part about this is that you're making 2 dice pools. And that's rough. That's rough. 2 dice pools of D12s is really rough. You know, and you roll to hit them with your skill, but then you roll to damage them, but you actually have to compare against them twice. The first time is to determine the size of your damage pool, your effect pool, I think is what they call it. Because, you know, if you're using a greatsword, your effect pool might be 10. But if they have armor value 3, your dice pool goes down from 10 to 7. But then you're going to roll those 7 d12s. But to know what number you need to roll on those d12s in order to cause a point of damage, you also have to know that character's whatever value. It's evasion or evasion for ranged and toughness for melee. And each creature will have a different value for this. So you might need 8s or more. You might need 10s or more. You might need 9s or more. You might need 6s or more. And then for each of that value that you roll on your D12 dice pool, that's a point of damage, basically. That's a lot. I mean, it's not Rune Quest levels, but it's a lot. I was not expecting the attack roll and the damage roll to be a dice pool system. Right. You could go through the whole process of making a dice pool, rolling it, hitting, building another dice pool, adding to your dice pool because you got bonus successes, adding to your dice pool because you got bonus successes from heroic dice, then subtracting their armor value, then finding out what their character's toughness value is, then rolling all those d12s and rolling a bunch of, 4, 5s, 3s, and 2s and do no damage. So that's pretty rough. Now, on the other hand, you don't have that many wounds. You only have like 5 plus one of your stats. I think it's 5 plus your vigor. So your character only has maybe 8 hit points.
Calderi Arc tipped $5. I was hoping at first damage was going to be static for a base success and then either total damage equals # successes or success plus another dice pool after this is Shadowrun levels of bullshit.
Yeah, I don't, we weren't sure about that Lion's Head Gaming. We never actually got through all that part. We had a super chat from somebody. Who was it? Cal. Cal said, sorry, I was thinking about something. I was hoping that the first damage was going to be static for base success, and then either total damage be the number of successes or the number of successes plus 1. Making another dice pool after this is Shadowrun levels of bullshit. I don't know. It's it says you are Cat the dice goblin. Oh, also right. Don't forget to flip a luck token to reroll your damage. Yeah, I forgot about that. And then, this is how you know you're in trouble when Beowulf goes, honestly, it seems pretty good to me. You're like, oh, you get to check against your opponent 5 times during the course of resolution of one sword swing. He's like, oh, that's excellent. That's just how they did it in King Arthur's time. Yeah, this is the first thing I don't like. I mean, with the Beowulf Kiss of Death. I don't see why they couldn't roll the damage calculation into the attack roll. Yeah, I don't know. I don't. I mean, I'm trying to understand why you have. Okay. I'm trying to understand why they have the attack roll be independent of your opponent's skill, but then bring it in via their toughness defense after you've already modified the damage roll for their armor.
Scotty Fournier tipped $25. Thank you for the first look. I have to bounce, but we'll catch the rest on the VOD.
Well, thank you, Scotty. Appreciate that. Thank you very, 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 very much. Awesome, awesome to have you stop by, Scotty. I hope you catch the rest of the VOD. And to be clear, don't let this one aspect. Again, this is a first look. I don't know. This could be awesome when you're playing it. My just initial gut reaction is to be like, there's something weird or wonky about this. It's a great question, Mike Candera. Let's double check. I could have that wrong. You are absolutely right. Okay. With a successful attack, so you have to succeed. The first attack, remember, the first attack is based only on your stuff. Your opponent does not matter at all. Okay. With a successful attack, you roll a number of dice equal to the weapon's strength minus the defender's protection value. Remember that you also get a +1 to your dice pool for every extra success you rolled on the attack. So if you hit them real good, you're going to do bonus damage. I'm fine with that, but it is a dice pool. The resultant dice are rolled against the target's defense as the new target number. In melee, this is toughness. At ranged, it is evasion. So bonus successes on the attack roll adding to the damage. Cool. I'm good with that. That's the way, the One Ring works, or Legend of the Five Rings works. Or I think Warhammer. But instead of the damage being static, you then have a damage pool, which gets subtracted by their armor, but then still has to roll against another value, this toughness, this defense. And so it's like they're making armor and defense two separate things. But to me, defense, especially something called evasion, this should be applied to the first roll where you're actually seeing if you could hit them. So I feel like it should be attack. If you're going to do this with a dice pools, if you're obsessed, if you want to use two dice pools, it should be dice pool versus toughness or evasion for accuracy. And then it should be damage pool versus armor for damage. That's how I would do it. I don't know that I would do it like this at all, but that's how I would do it. Now, to be clear, this does answer our question. Damage is first taken from vitality and then wounds. So you're not instantly dead. You do have more vitality. Not that vitality is like super high, but vitality, I think, is like you add 3 stats together. So you might have like 15 vitality or something like that. And I think we saw that as your character gets more deeds, you get more vitality potentially. Reducing vitality represents the creature or character doing their utmost to avoid serious harm and only getting cuts, scrapes, and bruises. Okay, so now we're in a separate problem because now we've introduced a third fictional abstraction. We know about Mythic Bastionland. In Mythic Bastionland, there is no attack roll. You just deal damage with your weapon. But the character doesn't lose wounds. They lose guard. And as long as your character can subtract guard from the damage roll, it means that you have successfully parried or blocked or defended against the attack. It's only when your guard pool is empty. So this is how this game works in the sense of, you have this pool of you're not actually getting punched in the face. So this means that after rolling to hit and then, which is independent, and then calculating our damage pool and subtracting their armor and rolling against their defense and actually dealing damage to them, that damage represents them not taking the damage because they're taking it from their vitality in the fiction. That's like 3 levels of abstraction there. So it's very interesting. In like I don't know why we did that there. Defense is based on a stat, by the way, as well. It's not a skill. Good to know. Writing a game is extremely hard. Yeah, I didn't even realize protection value was a separate target number. Well, no, the protection of the armor is a reduction. The protection of the armor are gobble dice. It gobbles up the damage pool, which, okay, that's fine. But then when we roll those dice, we are still now rolling against that creature's toughness to see if we can actually hurt them, which doesn't matter because the characters were losing vitality first. So it doesn't make any sense. That's a little bit weird, but yeah. So if you roll 6 successes to hit, you need 1 with a battle axe. Okay, so you hit, you needed 1. You hit with 5 extra. Battle axe has damage strength rating of 7. Okay, so actually we're going to be adding 5 plus 7. We're actually going to be rolling 12 dice against a protection value of the target of 5, which actually would mean 7 dice. And you would roll that against their, say, toughness of 6. 4 of them roll a 6 or higher. You deal 4 damage. You got it right, Lionshead Gaming. So I love that gobble dice are just a thing now. Well, it's the best term that we've had. Yeah, this is so do you die like in 1 to 2 hit? Like what's with this squeeze ratio right now? Okay, so this is what we were kind of trying to figure out. Is how much it doesn't seem like you would have a ton of life. Because well, if I'm reading this correct. Take care, cat. This is XP pen. Oh, this is my Wacom. Okay. So okay. So your character's HP oh, it's backwards. Oops. All right, bye, cat. So your character's wounds are equal to their vigor. These are stats. These are attributes. It's like your vigor plus like something else. Or no. I think it's 5 plus your vigor. So your wounds are equal to 5 plus your vigor. So let's say that and we know that your character's stats could be between 1 to 5. So let's say that your vigor is 3. So you have 8 wounds. And then your vitality, I think, is 3 stats. It's like your psyche plus your training plus your something else. So let's say you've got like a 3, a 4, and a 5. Let's just say that. So then you have 12 vigor or 12 vitality. Now remember, casting spells, using some of your cool abilities also costs vitality. So as you're doing some of your stuff, you are kind of eating up your hit points. And remember, this vitality can be recovered very quickly after a fight. It makes it sound like it's not automatic, but fairly easy. And it does say, like, if you take a short rest, basically, I think you get back all your vitality, whereas wounds are much more complicated. So let's say that we swing and hit this person. Now, also, this person is wearing armor, and that armor has a protection value of 3, and this character has defenses. One of those defenses is called toughness, and I think it's also tied to vigor. It might be 5 plus vigor as well. Average vitality is about 8. I thought you did 3 stats to do 8. Since we're doing this, I just want to make sure we're getting this right before we make any pronouncements here. Okay. Attributes all start at 2, and they can only go up from there. I mean, we can see this character has a 2, a 5, a 2, a 3, or 4. So if we just randomly grabbed a couple of these, yeah, I could see where we could end up with, like, 8 to 12 as our things. Okay. These are ancestries, which don't matter. Is all that stuff literally after all the character classes? Wow, that's crazy. All that stuff is after the character classes. Is that right? Nope, I do not remember. Nope, okay, I got that wrong. I don't remember where that was in the character creation process. Creating your character. Skills and trappings. Huh. Oh, here we go. Okay. It's up here at the top for some odd reason. Toughness is 4 plus your vigor. And wounds is 4 plus your vigor. Okay. So I thought it was 5 plus your vigor, so I was wrong. So in my example of our character here, they would have 4 plus the vigor. And their vigor is 3, which is, minimum is 2. So this character, you know what? We'll say their vigor is 4. That way it stays 8. Okay. And then the vitality is equal to your vigor plus your psyche plus your training. So I said psyche, training, and something. So it's vigor. So our vigor is 4. Let's say our training is 3. Our psyche is 3. So we have 10. Okay. So we have 10 vitality, 8 wounds, armor rating of 3, and our defense toughness is 8. So 2, we get attacked. That person is going to make maybe a prowess or a might skill roll, and they need to get 1 success in order to hit us. It is independent of us. So they roll their 4d12 with their axe, which has a strength of 7. That's an axe. They get, and they need 10s or higher to hit. And they get 2 successes. So the first success hits. The second success is a bonus to the strength. So the base damage is 8. Our armor protection rating is 3. So now they are going to roll 5d12. And for every 8 or higher that they roll on this 5d12, we will take a point of damage to our vitality. Which, by the way, we could have spent other places. If we are out of vitality, it'll go against our wounds. So realistically, in this scenario, we're going to take probably, I don't know, 1 to 3 maybe ish damage. That's if we get hit, obviously. But to be clear, we are building 2 D12 dice pools, and the first D12 dice pool. So the first D12 dice pool is self-referential, right? It bases off of your skill, not the opponent, but it's modified by range, cover, concealment, and by multiple attack penalty, because that's going to make you need more successes. Then the second D12 dice pool is based off of strength of the weapon plus bonus successes from the first roll minus the opponent's armor, and then checked versus opponent's defense. That's a lot of going back and forth for a wound. Now, I will say, it does seem like, that you might die pretty quick. So we'll see. We'll see what happens here. But okay, we have minions. Minions only have one wound, right? Respect. Standard monsters have wounds but no vitality. And their wounds are calculated the same as heroes. So we can expect them to have 4 plus some stat. So they're going to have between, 5 to 10 or 5 to 8 damage that you have to deal to them. Minions only have a wound and no vitality. Adversaries have wounds and vitality, so they're basically equivalent to player characters. And villains have boosted wounds, boosted vitality, boosted defenses, and multiple activations per round. So, a boss monster. And then the cluster monster is the multi-phase JRPG boss monster, Shadow of the Demon Lord type thing, or Shadow of the Colossus type thing. All right. You will lose your vitality often, whether from damage, absorbing damage, or using your abilities. When you reach 0 vitality, you either become stunned 1 or weakened 1, your choice. See the conditions below. If in combat, this condition would take effect. If in combat, this condition takes effect from the end of your current turn. If you subsequently increase your vitality, but the condition persists, reduce the value by 1. Vitality can be recovered through trappings, talents, and the rest action in the exploration phase. You recover all of your vitality in downtime phase. Wounds are your life force, health, and blood. A character that hits 0 wounds dies. There are various artificial ways to recover your wounds. Outside consumables, there are 2 main ways. Wounds can be healed through your talents and your trappings. A hero regains up to 5 wounds in the downtime phase. If, or I should say when, you reach 0 wounds, you are dead. So blinded makes it so that your line of sight is only 1 square. Frightened gives you a dice penalty. Poisoned takes a point of damage at the start of their turn. Restrained can't move. Stunned has your stats reduced, and you can't take certain mental actions. Weakened reduces some of your physical stats. And you cannot take some of the physical actions. All right, so yeah, it does seem like it seems like wounds are pretty important. Again, it looks like you cannot recover wounds. Well, I mean, there might be some potion, like outside of a potion or something like that. You're not going to be able to recover that. We have to see what this rest action is in the exploration phase. Here's the exploration phase. And wow, that's a great piece of art. Man, this Dean Spencer guy is great at this art. I love it. Adventure locations. We have a danger level, which is 1 to 6. The adventure location is broken up into zones. There's hazards, there's obstacles, and there's encounters. Turns. During the exploration phase, turns are a 5-minute interval, not 10 minutes, like a classic D&D. This 5-minute turn may feel very long in the modern age, but imagine crawling through a pitch black dungeon with nothing but a sizzling torch to guide you. There are 12 turns in an hour. The GM will keep a D12 on the adventure location to turn to the relevant phase to represent which turn you are on. I guess you could also just, move, tick a piece of paper, like with tick marks. In each turn, they may take a number of actions equal to the number of heroes in the party. These represent you moving through the rooms, stopping to rest, examining strange locations, and more. The map of the location opens up as the party progresses, with dead ends, traps, and features becoming visible. Here is the adventure location sheet. Beowulf, I knew you were going to say this. I knew you were going to say that. I knew you were going to. As soon as I said that every hero gets an action, you're like, oh, great. I mean, well, obviously this looks awesome. So we've got a map. Of course, this assumes that you're Dyson Logos and you're just, throwing down your Dyson Logos. There's a location of 2 deeds that are located inside this adventure. Remember we said that adventure locations themselves can provide deeds? Here is what you require. Remember how we level up when we clear the location? Here's the requirement to, quote, clear the dungeon. There's a rumors table, a treasure table, the location legend, the danger rating, and the turn tracker with a bunch of letters on it that I'm not sure what those mean yet. All right, danger. This is this first area. The danger rating of the location has been determined before the characters reach it. During downtime, the party adds rumors to a location to make it more rewarding to go there. Oh, neat. Smith did this in Dark of Winter. If anybody have read the Dark of Winter PDF, then you know that Smith did this, where we could do research in town to add elements to the dungeon that we were about to go explore. No, he's gonna hate this because this is quantum. Granted, you're doing it during downtime. You're not doing it while you're at the dungeon, but any case. During downtime, the party adds rumors to a location to make it more rewarding to go there. The consequence of this treasure trove is danger. Each play sheet shows how the elements of a location scale with the danger, showing the maximum number of hazards, obstacles, and encounters the GM should employ. So it looks like as you add rumors to the dungeon, it increases the dungeon's danger. So it looks like as the dungeon gets more dangerous, rated 1 through 6, you're going to include more hazards, more obstacles, and more encounters. Turn tracker. The turn tracker allows the GM to keep track of how long the party's been exploring. There are 3 rows of 12 turns. Some of these turns have a letter representing the arrival of a hazard, an obstacle, a random encounter, or a preset encounter, A, B, or C. The GM will keep a die in the current space and turn it so that the face number is the turn number. Then there's a legend, the map, clearing the location. Each adventure location has a set of goals that, once completed, allow the GM to consider the site cleaned or cleared and no longer dangerous. It is up to the GM if they inform the players of these goals. Once they are completed, the turn tracker is no longer used and random encounters no longer occur unless otherwise stated. Some archetype deeds link to this victory condition of an adventure location. We saw that a lot of the deeds say if you complete a random encounter, if you clear a location. Whenever the party successfully searches a chamber, what they find is determined by the danger level of the adventure location and how many successes they achieve on their searching checks. This table can have some weird and wonderful things, but also some fairly dull and simple detritus that previous inhabitants have left lying around. So it is random treasure. If a hazard or obstacle is encountered, the game master is free to use whichever one they like. They can pick one from the list or create their own. Random events. Each location has a set of random events that are responding to noise. The turn tracker informs the GM when they make a random event roll. Deeds. These are unique opportunities tied to this location for an opportunity for the party to complete. These are normally tied to the theme of the location. Sometimes a rumor adds a deed to a location. Location deeds, just like archetype deeds, have goals and a track. The difference with these deeds is there can be an archetype restriction as to who can complete them. Ew, interesting. I wish this wasn't super pixelated and we could actually read what this says, but we can't because it's just the example sheet, not the actual example sheet. And lastly, as part of the setup, every location has preset encounters. These have sheets of their own to provide stats, tactics, rewards, and victory conditions. So the dungeon, the location is like 50 or 60% random and like 40% or like 60 to 40 to 60%. Well, I'll just say half and half. It's like 50% random and 50% preset. So it's like the GM is encouraged to just add, it looks like 3 encounters that are preset, A, B, and C. And everything else is kind of random. So it's like a mix. All right. While you are taking your actions, players should work together to discuss which actions the party takes. In some cases, an action represents a group activity, and some will represent an individual. If a hero is selected for an individual action, they cannot perform another one that turn. The players and the GM work together to create the fiction of the turn as they make choices. Progressing is important, but sometimes there are interesting things in the way that the party may want to explore, which takes time. So if you advance, it +2. That must be how many turns the dungeon turn advances. This action sees the party progress through 2 zones of the adventure location. Other actions can be taken as each zone is explored if the party wishes. Investigate, overcome, search, and watch out. Select 1 hero in the party to be on watch, keeping an eye out for enemies attempting to sneak up on them. The party is not surprised if combat initiates. Oh, the actions are listed here with a value in parentheses, which represents the noise generated when the action is taken. All noise dice are added together for the GM to roll when the turn tracker indicates a chance of a random event. Wow. This is hyper procedural dungeon crawling. Wow. I was not expecting that. I mean, my game of stats loves this, but rest. Here we go. The heroes need to breathe and recover some of their vitality in order to continue. This action takes 6 turns, and all heroes take part, either resting or watching, at the end of which those that can recover 2 vitality. Okay, so this is very, well, you say it's very board game feeling. I say it feels very, old school D&D feeling. Like, literally the dungeon procedure turn from 1981, 1983, 1985. The very foundations of the game that we play. HeroQuest is one of the inspirations, but so is, Dungeons and Dragons, the game that's, a board game. Do I have to bust it out and remind you of the procedures of exploration from this game? I don't think I do. But they do exist. Luis says, really? How? I never played it. Yeah, so original D&D took place in what was called a turn, a capital T, which represented 10 minutes, and it was very procedural, and every 2 turns, the GM rolled for a random encounter. Every 5 turns, you had to take a turn to rest. If you had a combat, that took up an entire turn. Searching a room took between 1 to 3 turns. It was very procedural with the GM would literally follow these steps, then repeat, and then follow these steps, and then repeat, and then follow these steps, and repeat. So that was how it is. I came in at 3.5, so I don't care. Godless edition. Although, 3rd edition had its procedure. Okay. Retreat. Oh, there we go. The GM cannot deploy hazard or obstacles against the party in this time, which makes sense. Like, how would you run into a trap if you're standing there resting? but you still make a roll for a random event if the tracker indicates it. Resting in dangerous dungeons is dangerous. But to be clear, this means regaining vitality in dungeons is really a pain in the ass. Retreat. The heroes are severely injured, have reached the end of their resources, or have learned enough about the location for now. For some reason, they must leave. Taking the retreat action ends the party's attempt to clear this adventure location. The GM still makes a random encounter roll. If there is none, or a resultant encounter is concluded, a journey is initiated. So we've got a bunch of information here about exploring the dungeon with a bunch of lists of example hazards and obstacles. It is very gamist. The exploration here is very gamist. Maybe even overly gamist. Like this is not, I don't want to say overly, but like if over here is, old school D&D where there are no skills, there are no checks. It's just you talking to the GM and pixel bitching and saying, oh, did you pull on the right book on the shelf to make the door open? That's here. Trespasser is kind of in the middle, right? With Sparks and Shadows. And then this is over here, right? This is very gamist where like literally the hazards are, hey, a tripwire alarm results in noise if you fail to achieve it. You can use your observe and tactic skills and you have to defeat its strength 8 versus your evasion or something like that, right? It's very mechanical. This is more BX, sort of, but also very mechanical. It's like BX plus, I don't even know what. Oh, here's a treasure chest. And then they give us an example of exploration. I got to appreciate them like actually showing somebody actually drawing a map. Like this is actually one of the coolest things I've ever seen in a game manual ever. It's very game. Oh, it's not in a bad way. I love it. I think it, in fact, I think when people complain about exploration or any other aspect of the game that isn't combat, the answer is usually because it's not very gamist, and people like gamist things. This is actually a really good example of exploration. Like they're actually showing them moving through. This looks very detailed. And again, it's a very procedural thing. I might steal all of this. This is a really cool system. If you want something really, gamist and procedural, which some people do. And again, one of his inspirations was Advanced Hero Quest. I grew up playing like Hero Quest, Warhammer Quest, and stuff like that. In fact, even Beowulf says, I want gamist elements in things like exploration and dungeon delving. That's where it belongs. I don't want it. Oh, not sure if I want it in social scenes, right? All right. Well, that's pretty cool. So here's Journeys, which is, our overland stuff, where we have hex. Now, this is where we think it's going to be inspired by the One Ring. Yep. We got a hex map, which is a very beautiful hex map. I had Dragon Strike Steam driven. I had Dragon Strike. Trust me, I watched that video. We used to make a lot of our early jokes. I'm talking about like middle school, were us making fun of that video cassette tape that came with it. We got a key map, very pretty map. Undertaking a journey. Yep, you have to navigate. Yeah, this is very much like the One Ring, I think. We've got D12 weather table, the rating of a journey. This is pretty gamist as well. But a journey plays out in 3 turns, 1 for each rating. So you basically, each journey is going to be 3 rolls. You're going to roll for the navigation, you're going to roll for the hardship, and you're going to roll for the encounter. When heroes use skills, their players should describe how they are attempting to benefit the party. This could be a good moment to roleplay party bonding and helping each other out. Get creative with your skills to lead to an interesting narrative result from your journey, right? Anything in RPGs is dead inside if all you do is just literally roll dice and go, stride, strike. So nothing, if you want to add something to this game, you have to add it to yourself. And I don't think that that's a bad thing. Here is the journey. Navigation takes a number of days equal to the number of hexes you pass through, plus the resulting navigation rating. Hardship is wounds. Ooh, wow. The party must share out a number of lost wounds equal to the journey's hardship rating. These can be lost by one individual or shared out amongst the party. Wow. So you start the adventure with wounds. Brutal. And then if it has an encounter value, then you might potentially encounter a dangerous encounter or some sort of, actual encounter that you have to play out along the way. We've got random encounter rolls here. We've got enemy disposition. So we got reaction types. Are they opposed, hostile, threatening, suspicious? Nice. We've got so we got some random encounter tables here. You can sometimes detect signs before you actually detect the actual encounter. That's really cool. Now, of course, this is where the game ties into its implied setting because we've got factions of these people and what their default starting faction disposition is. And then we have another example of play of the characters going on a journey to a nearby crumbling outpost. Pretty lengthy descriptions here. And then downtime. Downtime takes 5 days. During each phase, the hero must spend 10 silver pieces per level for living costs. It is assumed the party members make merry, tell tales, rest, and recuperate. They recover all of their vitality and up to 5 wounds in a downtime turn. So you might even need to take multiple downtimes to fully recover all of your wounds. During each downtime, you get to select one action. The downtime phase is also where campaign elements of the game come into play and are fleshed out, such as figuring out which adventure locations are nearby and building the start of your story. Here are the locations that you can go to in the default location of this village or this town of Emberwatch. And here's like this is some Northern Reaches shit, people. Look at this. You can try to influence the council, influence the militia, influence the pioneers. These are like the different factions in town. The 4 factions in Emberwatch each have an influence track, which shows what benefits the party gets when they reach a certain collective influence score. This is awesome. This is exactly like what we do in NR, and in fact, this is what I talked about doing in Shadow Deep. This is actually really sweet. Heroic Reaches. Yeah, it's already set up. Hey, what's up, GM Scott? Well, I have a link in the doobly-doo below to the Drive-Thru RPG affiliate link, so you can use it from that perspective. I don't know if the game has a physical print. Ooh, getting tired. Anyways, this is great. This is awesome. I mean, again, this is a lot of what like season 2 of Northern Reaches looked a lot like this, basically, with the party influencing these type of things. What can you do? You can aid the outpost, which gives you pioneer or influence. You can build up your status to increase your influence. Oh, interesting. Look at that. You can use your downtime action to increase one of your skills, but it can only increase it up to 3. Remember, the max is 5. No, he wasn't able to be on, but this is very efficient. I mean, there's a lot of juice for the squeeze. This is like a 200-page book, and it feels more like a 350-page book. I'll be honest with you. It's really efficient. And there's just a lot of cool stuff here. Add an adventure location to an unexplored ruin on the region map. Very cool. Again, you can literally, this is how you can level up your skills, and you just do it by taking a downtime action in 5 days. But the problem is the max is only 3. A standard action can only increase a skill rank to a maximum of 3. It's interesting that this one says specifically max rank 3, and none of the rest of them say it, but they have it here. So I wonder if that's just like an editing typo. Like they were like, well, we don't want to put max rank 3 on every single one here, so we put it here. But I'm curious, chat, would you rather in a book like this have this reminder text once here at the beginning, where it might be missed by especially a player who doesn't know any better? Or would you rather it have this parentheses max rank 3 after every single instance of you being able to increase your skill? I'm also curious what you all think about the fact that you can go to downtime and spend 5 days, you get 1 action, and you can raise your skill. Now, granted, there's a max of 3. If you want to get 4 or 5, I'm guessing you have to do it through your deeds. And I'm guessing that this town cost is expensive enough that you won't be able to just do it. Oh, and put the max on the character sheet. That's an interesting idea. I'd want it once at the top and again on your character sheet or player handout. Reminder text once, but bolded. Yeah, fair enough. I don't know. I'm of several minds. Now, what is interesting, although it's weird, actually, now that I think about it, some of these, take care, Beowulf. Although now I'm kind of confused because some of these do say max rank 3, max rank 3, max rank 3, but this one doesn't. And this one doesn't. Which is interesting. Is that saying it's not limited? With that is a little confusing, especially since it says a standard action can only increase the skill rank to a maximum of 3. And these are all very clearly standard actions. So, yeah, it's a little awkward. Should have stuck with their guns there. I mean, I'm assuming that these are max rank 3, but I don't know what's going on with that. Now, these are the rumors that you can place into an adventure location. So it's like build an adventure location. This is really cool. This is so much like what Smith did with Dark of Winter. Thanks, Roy. So, you hear about a weapons cache. Yeah. Very cool. So like if we go, we can add a rumor of a weapons cache to an adventure location. That'll increase the danger rating by 1, but then by adding that rumor to that location, the GM must place a cache in the adventure location. If the party searches the cache, they gain 1 common or military weapon of their choice. Not the most insane thing, but we'll take what we can get. All right. All right, folks. My character, remember, my my dwarven, what was I? The Lightbearer, right? My guy who came from the thing. All right, I'm gonna go, and I can go carousing, which lets me either roll once on the militia or pioneer rumor table, or I don't know where the other rumor table is. I don't know how I roll on those other rumor tables. All right. Carousing is militia or pioneer. I was looking for how else I can get these rumors. Maybe you can't get the council rumor? All right, well, I guess we can only go carousing. So I go carousing, and I get to choose to either roll on the militia or pioneer rumor table. So which one are we rolling on? So I don't know how you roll on the council or supernatural, but it doesn't look like it's a standard action. Maybe you have to upgrade the town or something. I don't know. Maybe. I don't. All right. I'm going to go with a pioneer rumor. Folks are regularly heading out of Emberwatch on foraging treks into the verdant wilds. It's fair to say not all of them come back. From those that do, you gain invaluable information. The pioneers are given strict orders of leaving the dangerous work of adventurers. So I'm going to roll D12, and I got it went off my table. All right, roll another one. I got a 9. Rumors of crystal growths. The GM may add the following hazard to the adventure location whenever the turn tracker indicates. Astral crystallization. Here, the barrier between Arlorn and the ether beyond is thin, and strange crystallizations have crept through, bringing an alien power with them. This is a magical, weird skill that uses Strength 7. When the party enters the adventure location, each hero gains access to the following deed. Astral resilience. If you contribute to bypassing 3 astral crystallizations, you can eventually increase your defiance by 1. That is so cool. And that is really neat. That's a really cool system. This is very rad. Vin, I think you came late, Vin. But the game doesn't have XP. Instead, each class has, as you level up, you have this list of deeds. And when you complete one of them, you gain that reward immediately. After you complete 3 deeds, you level up, and then you get access to the next set of deeds. You still have the old sets of deeds as well. And basically the way that you gain abilities in this game is by doing this stuff. So, every class has, some stuff about, killing monsters and stuff like that. But like, for example, this is basically the kind of the treasure hunter rogue Indiana Jones character. They have one that if you make 4 successful operate checks in an exploration, 1, 2, 3, 4, your operate rank skill rank goes up by 1. If you use your relic, which is like an artifact, if you use its major function 4 times in either combat or exploration, each time you mark a check, you get a new relic. So, and Cinnabos, Lionshead says, I'm stealing so much of this for my Trespasser game. Cal says they're including aspects of open world exploration games. Absolutely. And Cinnabos, I completely agree with you. I like the players add to the nascent dungeon, and then the GM adds the finishing touches, and then you go and you delve. And again, if you have the Dark of Winter PDF from our Patreon, if you bought that, Smith was doing a lot of this stuff a couple years ago, and I could say it was a lot of fun. It was cool that we, as players, we can kind of add to the dungeon a little bit. We don't know. That was the answer that we came up with. We weren't really quite sure. I mean, again, we're just skimming through things at a pretty quick level here. Once you complete 3 deeds, of your current level, there you go. You move up to the next level. So you have to complete deeds of your level, which I wonder if like deeds in a dungeon have a level equal to the danger level or something. Yeah, true. So what that basically means, though, is that as you know, if we were a battle rager, okay, if we were a battle rager, once we complete 3 of these deeds, we would level up and we would be level 2. Now we could still complete these other deeds and get these talents or bonuses, but in order to level up, we have to complete 3 level 2 deeds in order to get to level 3, if that makes sense. And yeah, very cool. All right, I am going to skip to an example of a location. So we have a map which is keyed. So it's not a quantum dungeon. You actually do have to... The dungeon itself is real, but potentially the players may add elements to this through their rumor seeking. But they don't do that while they're in the dungeon. Like, they don't open up the door to a room and then spend a fate point and declare that this room is a dwarven armory. Instead, earlier, before they ever came here, not as a flashback, and during their downtime, they went and, they went and you researched a rumor, and you discovered that this ancient dungeon had a dwarven vault of weapons. And then as the GM, you write that down. The players know that. That's one of the reasons they're coming here. Yeah. There you go. As an aside, so here's some creatures. Here's an example of a creature stat block. So Roy says deeds and dungeons may give you abilities and bonuses, but they don't count for your level. Okay, so you have to do your quest level. You have to do your quest deeds to level up. So here's like a prettier version of it. Now, by the way, so you can see here on this map, the rumor is a crumbling outpost of Barg Dunmir sits infested by a gang of moldy goblins. But again, the players could add more to this, which would change the danger level of the dungeon. But there's 2 deeds here. One is Consecrate here in room 16, which is the dedicated forge. And if we look at this deed, it says the goblins have made a mess of the forge dedicated to Andrum. The shrine to a power of the Alliance of Light should not be left in such a manner. But it requires that you have a Lightbearer in your group. And if you don't, then you can't consecrate. So the party must take a rest action in the dedicated forge. If they do so, the Lightbearer recovers no vitality as part of this rest action. The Lightbearer may advance a deed, including one of their class deeds. The party produces one less noise every turn after the forge has been consecrated. Man, old school NR people would have eaten this shit up. Maybe not the new school NR people, but the old school NR people. Like if Darth Gorlock was here, he'd be like salivating. This is very cool. All of this should be stolen for mega game purposes. Shoes here. This is awesome. This is just a really cool thing. And by the way, here are your 3 preset encounters. So yeah, so like the dungeon is like half prepared, half random. And the part that is prepared by the GM, but it's also kind of prepared by the party by planting rumors into the location ahead of time. Right? Which is crazy. I mean, it's awesome, but it's crazy. So this is very slick. Very, 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 very slick on Pumpkin. And Vin makes a really great point here. He says, I like that it does the thing that we love. Characters from different campaigns never end up alike. That's a great example because it's diegetic progression, right? I mean, realistically, you are just not going to be able to do every single deed on your character sheet. But there is that dream, right, of being like, well, maybe I could, you know, like maybe I could get every single deed. But like as a, you know, and we were talking about before though, like as a battle rager, you know, you're a barbarian, you're a big dude, right? And, you know, you're like, I want the brutal slam talent. That's what I want. Now, number one, I want to level up. So to level up, I have to complete 3 of these deeds. Number 2, you're like, I want the brutal slam talent. So what am I going to do? I'm going to try to use my charge in combat a bunch because as soon as I use it 4 times, I get the brutal slam talent. I think, and then as I'm filling in these little, you know, SAT Scantron bubbles, I got to tell you, things would be bubbling inside of my head that would make me very happy. Right. And you may say this is terrible. I don't, Beowulf left. So Beowulf left, but I could tell you something. Let's say there was a monster left and someone's about to kill it. And I go, no, don't. Let me charge it and try to hit it so I can finish my coming through quest or my coming through deed. And the other player goes, oh yeah, sick. You go first. And I go coming through and I rush in there with a charge and I try to take him out. That would make me and my group, like if someone told me, Derek, can I go first so I can finish my deed? I would love that. Beowulf would absolutely fucking hate that. But I think I speak for a lot of us here in chat who would absolutely love that. If you like video games, MMOs, that sort of gamist completionist element, yeah. And Cinnabos, you can go backwards. Nope, you can go backwards. You can go backwards. So let's say my character, let's say we cleared a dungeon, right? So I get strong shoulder, right? To do that, I have to clear the dungeon. Okay. And I clear the dungeon and I come through and I also see red. So I have coming through, see red, strong shoulder. Cool. I level up. I'm now level 2. I now get access to these deeds. I can still let loose and eventually get focused fury talent. Like, because I think what would happen, no, because Cinnabos, if you got locked out, it would feel really bad if you got locked out of your prior levels talents. I promise you, it would feel bad. I also think you can only mark one talent for, like, so for example, I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong, but like, you can't like mark something multiple times per combat. So like, I think it actually is pretty tough to get this. And I think lockout would be terrible between all the other dudes and stuff like that. Like all the other deeds and stuff like that. I think it's crazy. But also we didn't get into this, but the artifacts have deeds. So this is very 4th edition coded. If you remember how 4th edition worked with its, wasn't called affinity. It was called, was it called in 4th edition with the artifacts? I don't remember what it's called. Anyways, basically you want to max these out. Pumpkin says, I also really like that your deeds could cause you to make non-optimal decisions in combat. And well, the thing is, Vin, there's only 6 levels until you get to level 7, and that's where the basic game ends. And then the game talks about going into the next phase, and it's basically like heroic deeds to like kingdom builder, basically. So there's like a whole thing here where it's like, but anyways, well, yeah, Vin, but once you get to level 3, you can't die anymore. So once you get to level 3, you can't die anymore. No, it's to be continued. There's the game only goes to level 6. Hey, Vin goes, what? Every character dies when you get to 0 wounds. However, every character at level 3 gets a deed that says clear 1 adventure location. And if you do that, you get the hero talent. And if you get the hero talent, if your character dies, they can basically bring you back to town and you just get raised. Like, rather than like actually like have a spell and have, have to worry about tracking money. And if that fucks up the party's wealth, once you gain the hero talent, when you reach 0 wounds, you are not dead. When the party returns to Emberwatch, you're healed of your wounds as normal, but you lose your downtime activity. So you don't get, if you die, the downside is you don't get a downtime activity. But the thing is, we read that, we didn't fully appreciate that downtime activities in this game are fucking sweet. You can use a downtime in this game to add 1 to one of your skills. The skill ranks only go to 5. So like losing your downtime action is actually kind of a big fucking deal. But yeah, once you get to level 3 and once you get that deed, and by the way, every class, the Battle Rager, the Dark Delver, the Lightbearer, the Rune Wielder, the Oathsworn, and the Wildwalker, they all have that. So yeah, death has a cost without it being like one that breaks the game and destroys it. Can I pay coin to get extra downtime action? It's not full Blades in the Dark as far as I could tell. But let me take a look at this deeds because GM Scott asked a question. So GM Scott's question was, can I, GM Scott's question was, for example, with the Battle Rager, let's say you leveled up to level 2. Now, in order to mark Gladiator, you have to survive a battle against multiple enemies. In order to mark Berserker, you have to survive a battle against multiple enemies. If I didn't finish Gladiator and then we leveled up and now I'm level 2, so I have Berserker and Gladiator, can I check both of those at the same time? I do not know. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. There you go. Some deeds require the same activity, but provide different rewards. If you have 2 deeds with the same goal, you can only advance one of them from the same action. If 2 deeds call for the defeat of an opponent in combat and you defeat one, you'll have to pick which deed you will advance. So not only do you still have access to the old deed, but when you do survive that combat, oh, it wasn't what you were asking? Oh, dang. What were you asking, Jim Scott? Tell me your troubles and doubts. You cannot advance a deed more than once in a round of combat, but you can over the course of a combat. So, is that what you were asking, maybe? So you cannot advance a deed more than once a round, but you can advance. Oh, by the way, some of you are. Oh, okay, yeah. No, you can mark both of those. If you killed an enemy and successfully charged, you would mark both of those. The only thing is you can't mark the same one more than once around. Right? Roy's saying no. You cannot advance a deed. Does that mean any deed or a specific deed? That's a little vague. So I actually don't know. I thought this meant like I couldn't charge 3 times in a round and mark 3 uses of charge. Yeah, so editing pass required, please. Yes, I agree. I don't know if this is referring to all of your deeds or if it's referring to you can't mark a single deed more than once in a round. Meaning, again, if I were to somehow charge in the same round 3 different enemies. By the way, for people who are new here, a couple things, people who joined us late, the spells in this game, every single spell in this game is a 1-2 or it's a 3-action system like PF2. Every single spell in this game is a 1-2 or 3-action spell. So every spell in this game is like heal or, Horizon Thunder Sphere. So Roy, who I'm led to believe has played the game, says you can advance multiple deeds in a round, but not the same one. Okay, good to know. So, yeah. Anyways, it seems like it's really, really awesome. All right, the last thing that we're going to do before we call it a night. Pumpkin says, oh my God, this game is like, somebody said earlier, Pumpkin, I don't remember who it was, but like, they were like, why, what, someone's like, this is like what if PF2 was like, somebody felt bad and they wanted to like make it better or something like that. So yeah. And so basically you have a cleric, and the cleric's spells are a little bit different than anybody else, but they use this blessing system. It's a really, honestly, it's a really impressive game of how it works. Yeah, I mean, the person said that that you're probably going to level every 2 to 3 sessions, assuming you're doing the deeds. I mean, I will say this, Vintage Zebra, if you're not doing anything, you won't level at all. In order to level, you have to go do your deeds. So let's take a look at the undead, and we will look at the skeleton. Here we go. All right, so the skeleton is, we have skeletons and zombies as minions. And then we have the skeleton warrior as a standard monster. So here is a skeleton. It has 1 wound, no vitality. It can move 3 squares. Its defenses are 7 and 7 for toughness and evasion. These are its defense values. It reduces 2 dice from piercing, but it doesn't reduce anything from anything else. So there you go. It's basically, it's not that it takes extra damage from crushing, it's that it takes less damage from piercing. It has a rusted blade or an old bow. And skeletons are so loosely held together by void magic that if they are forced to move, they take a crushing attack, where X is the number of squares that they were forced to move. So if you push them, they get destroyed, basically. They are mindless, so they are immune to mind-based magic, defiance attacks, and psychic damage in general. In addition, by the way, their rusted blade uses prowess, which they attack with here, with a 10 or higher. And they roll 3 dice. So they're going to roll 3d12 to hit. If they get a 10 or higher, they hit you. And then they hit you with a 6 damage blade. But if we go with a skeletal warrior, in life, this risen was clearly a skilled soldier or mercenary. We can see that now they have 4 dice in their training stat. So they're going to be hitting with more dice. Their speed is 4. They have 7 wounds, no vitality, but 7 wounds. They have a proper long sword doing 7 damage. And their protection value is, ooh, what is this? Oh, okay. So their protection value much higher. Oh, yes, you got to do the stupid thing with the dice for every monster. Oh, you sure do, Lion's Head Gaming. And they are very resistant to piercing damage, only slightly resistant to this because they have rusted chainmail. By the way, the reason there's an asterisk is because you do have to spend an action to raise your shield, so their shield might not be raised. And they are also mindless. We've got ghouls, we've got vampires, wraiths. Oh, here's a Death Knight, a proper villain. Attacking is 1 action, Vin. Oh, yeah, Vin. Attacking is 1 action. Moving is 1 action. But you can interrupt your move action with another action. So you can basically move, attack, move. You could move, open a door, move. And that's only going to be the 2 actions. So our villain has 10 wounds and 15 vigor. They get 2 activations, per round. And their protection values are 4, 4, 4. So I think, and by the way, here's a cluster villain, aka a phased multi-part monster with different gaseous forms and different phases if you want something that's really super over the top and massive. Death Grip. How? Spend 2 vitality. So there's another interesting thing, which I think is really, really cool, by the way, if I'm correct. So minions have 1 wound, no vitality. Standard monsters, like our skeleton warrior or the ghoul, have no vitality. And that means that for a standard monster, they will never have an ability that requires you to track something, because they don't have any vitality to spend, so they can't spend it. So it's like they wouldn't have it. So it actually means that the standard and the minion monsters are also always going to be very simplistic. There's never going to be any sort of residual tracking. Like they're just going to have an attack, or they're just going to have the necrotic bite, which gives you it gives you a bunch of weak conditions. It's only when you get to the adversary or the villain level that creatures have vigor. And now they start to get, spend 1 vitality and the wraith makes a swooping shadow strike, or spend 1 vitality and the vampire can make a hypnotic gaze attack. So that's pretty cool. I will freely admit, too, I like the idea that, your vitality is a pool for absorbing damage, but also spending it to make your attacks. I did that in DTX, where your endurance was not only your healing surges or your hit dice in 5th edition Paralance, but it was also what you used to empower your abilities. So, again, we're on page 200 here of 216, so we kind of covered a good chunk of it. The only thing I didn't really get into the realm or the treasures or locations. I don't want to spoil too much, but I am going to go on my limb and say I absolutely fucking love every single part of this. I think the deeds-based system is incredible. The procedural elements of the exploration journeys and downtime are amazing. I love the way that this game handles leveling up. I think we even talked about the class names. Battle Rager, Dark Delver, Lightbearer, Oathsworn, Rune Wielder, Wild Walker are way cooler than almost every other game that tries to do Null or, Conduit. And not only that, I like that the classes weren't just one-dimensional. They were a little bit more nuanced. The Battle Rager is a barbarian who also gets roars. He's basically a Diablo 2 barbarian. So it means that he's just more than just a combat monster. He also can do AoE buffs, AoE debuffs. So, but I like the names a lot. Yeah, so very D2 barbarian, which I thought was really, really cool. The Dark Delver isn't just a rogue. He's more of a treasure finder / explorer, which I think is really, really cool. However, art for an indie game, the art, the layout, top notch. The chapter pieces were incredible. The black and white art throughout it was incredible. I love the font choices. The examples of play were top notch. I just creating 2 dice pools for every attack for both the players and the monsters is wild. That is I would need to house rule that. I don't know how I would house rule that without like fucking up the entire game, but it would just seem like it would just be so much work. And like I feel like I would have to if they stopped the gobble dice or something. I don't know, I don't know what needs to change, but it's like it's just too much. I appreciate that your wounds are very low. I appreciate that these things only have, 6 or 7 hit points and stuff like that. But, I'm already a little bit suspicious. And by the way, I'm already a little bit suspicious with dice systems, but you're talking about rolling like, 10 plus dice, for like, for like an axe is 7 dice. And if you hit and get a couple bonus successes, you might have 8 or 9 or 10 dice. And there's no VTT for this thing. I mean, he's got a very primitive one for like Foundry or anything like that. So that's not really an option to that perspective. So that is definitely something that he is aware of. I don't actually know if I have enough D12s to play this system. So I just think that is I don't know. I don't know what the right solution is and how to exactly do it. I just know that it's pretty crazy to have a dice pool system it's a dice pool system to hit them, and then it's a dice pool system to damage them. And both of those dice pool systems use radically different resolutions. The dice pool to hit them is based off of one of your skills. It's modified by range, cover, concealment. It uses your skills, uses your attribute to roll the dice. It uses your skill to determine your successes. Then separately, the damage roll uses your weapon strength to be the basis of the dice, modified by the number of successes you got over and above the target DC or whatever difficulty, then penalized by the target's protection rating from their armor. Then when you roll that dice pool, you have to check with that monster to see if you actually caused a point of damage with each of those D12s. So wild. That's very, obviously I know what it is now because we've been talking about it for 3 hours. But that is the literal it's a big blemish. Not gonna lie. It's a big blemish. It's a big blemish. Now it's a first look. I've never played the game. Maybe it's smooth as butter. I don't know, but it is a bit of a Vinci says, I was worried that level advancement might happen too quickly, but the dice pool systems elongate combat long enough to create a satisfying progression pace. Again, I wouldn't be worried about the combat taking or leveling up too long. Like, okay, to use, to get the gladiator upgrade, you have to survive 3 battles against multiple enemies. So, at the very least, you're getting, 3 fights, and it has to be against multiple enemies. So if one of those was like against 4, or, you might be fighting 4 or 5 fights. I mean, how many fights do you want to have per level? That's just for the one deed. That's a good point too. I mean, again, I cannot say enough. I mean, the class design was great. The deeds, awesome. The life path system where, I was born in whatever, I was raised by wolves. I'm seeking vengeance. That was awesome. The spells were cool. I mean, that's kind of part of the class design. It's a grid-based tactical, whatever. I mean, some people really love that. It's not my jam right now, but I know that for a lot of people, if it's not grid-based and you're not moving tactically, it's an automatic F. So how do you feel about players leveling up at different times? I've never had a problem with that, Zetrum. I grew up playing D&D where characters literally had different XP values to level up. Like a cleric leveled up at 1,250 experience points, and a wizard leveled up at 4,000. So it was always not an issue. Also, it's not like you get anything for being higher level, really. So it's not like you're like so far ahead of the curve, you know? It's not like you get a hit point buff. It's not like you get a bonus to hit. Leveling up doesn't actually do anything except give you your new deeds. So when you level up, you're actually not even stronger. All you do is have new deeds. So it doesn't really matter too much. I mean, yeah, I guess if somehow one of your party members never managed to accomplish any of their deeds and the other party members all have, yeah, it's just, yeah. But I love the basics. By the way, I love the writing style. The person, he's like, you don't need to know what an RPG is. If you're reading this, you know what it is. We're using the D12, he said, because it's the best dice ever. I love it. I thought the character sheet design was great. I loved the legends table where you roll like your life path system. You could pick it or you could roll it. I thought the classes were great. We didn't look at all of them, but I thought the Battle Rager looked good. The Lightbearer looked good. The Dark Delver looked good. The Rune Wielder looked good. The magic system was amazing. Some skills, not a ton, but not too many, or, not too few, not too many. The exploration, very procedural, but I think if you kind of want a little bit more of a procedural gamey element, and the game does make very many things. Say, look, don't just turn this into a pointless exercise of dice rolling. If there's FBT, okay, there's also BDR, right? Boring dice rolling. The truth is RPGs are at their best when they're in the middle, right? When you're doing something and it's mechanically meaningful and it's meaningful to the fiction and or the narrative, but it's also, it's got some flavor and description and, awesomeness to it. If the mechanics are the cake and the, fluffy bullshit time is the frosting, a cake without frosting is technically a cake, although it's sad and pathetic. And would you really just eat frosting? You probably have some problems with you. No, but when you bring them together, when you have a nice solid cake with a nice thin layer of frosting, you have a really great treat, right? And that's what RPG should be. A nice solid cake of mechanics and, a frosting covered. But I feel targeted. So Garblag apparently does have at least an actual play on their YouTube channel for this. So I guess you could go check it out if you check out Garblag Games on YouTube. I love the journeys. I love the downtime rules. I was shook by them. And like how meaningful they were. These downtime actions are not like some bullshit Pathfinder 2, like, oh, go and work your hobby and make 3 copper, unless you roll a critical failure, in which case your character somehow dies. No, like these are like level up your skill. I just have a problem with the attack roll. Wow, look at that. I bought it while watching. This game gets a very, 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 very rare A-. I absolutely, Lionshead says, God damn it, I hate earned income so much. Talking about PF2. I also agree that the kind of collaborative dungeon building experience that it's like partially random, partially player driven, and then GM driven at the end. It's like a weird, awesome combination of like prep, but also low prep, but also the players get to add to it, but not in like a completely bullshit quantum way. I thought that system was amazing. Monsters looked good. Downtime looked good. Journeys looked good. Rumors looked good. The adventure locations, that adventure location sheet. I mean, you don't tell me that thing isn't sexy. Like that's a cool looking sheet, You got it's a 2-pager, on the back, you've got the random events, the hazards, the deeds, some notes, and then boom, You've got this great looking map. You've got the cool turn tracker, the location, and even this tracker to determine when the location has been cleared for purposes of people's deeds. So once they've overcome 2 obstacles, explored 10 rooms, and killed 8 goblins, you have cleared the adventure location, and you can mark it on your sheet. That kind of like, you know, and again, the game says, you know, players you don't necessarily have to tell them what these 3 things are, but man, I would be honest with you. I would totally probably add those. Let's take a look at the other one. The Hidden Forge. Of course, you've also got Dyson Logus doing all of your map design as well. You know, also, you know, respect to this. Like, this is a 26 room. This is a 26 room or 26 area adventure site. This is a proper adventure site. Now, you know, Pathfinder 2 would probably call this a mega dungeon. I don't, but this is a proper adventure site. This isn't some 5-room bullshit dungeon. This is a meaty thing, which I think is great. And I think this is amazing. And also know the way to clear the location, you don't have to kill, you know, everything. You have to exterminate Deed, who I'm guessing is right here in location 17, the Great Birthing Chamber. Right, multiple entrances, not linear at all. In fact, there's no, you know, I mean, obviously, depending on how you determine the, you know, the example here, but like, you've got the flooded junction, so maybe you enter in from one of the flooded one of the flooded causeways, or you come in from the old entranceway. But in order to quote unquote beat this dungeon, you have to overcome 2 obstacles, explore 10 of the rooms. There's 24, by the way, and you have to kill 8 goblins. You don't have to harvest. You don't have to consecrate. You don't have to whatever's in room 12 here. This looks like an important room. There's no like, yeah, it does remind me of Thracia in a sense too. Yeah, we're killing bugs. Yeah, like the queen. Anyways, this is grade A stuff. I see stuff like this, and you know what? In all honesty, this is why I don't design games, because this is great. And yes, I have me, Derek, personally. I think the combat roll is a lot. I think building a dice pool, rolling it, evaluating the dice pool, then from that dice pool, building another dice pool, then conferring with the GM, modifying that dice pool, then rolling that dice pool, and then again using another value from the GM to determine how many points of damage I dealt with that dice pool. That does feel cumbersome to me, and I feel like I might get sick of that very quickly. But then again, I don't know. I mean, I also think PF2 is unplayable past a certain level because of all the frickin', you know, different elemental types and damages and resistances and vulnerabilities, and it's way too much. But people do play it, so in person somehow. But outside of that, I would give the game an A+. Honestly, I would, if it wasn't for that. So, you know, that does knock me down a little. You know, does it put it to a B+? I'm going to say no, because I am hopeful that I am missing something. And that maybe it is not as complicated and cumbersome as it sees. So I'm going to go with an A-. And I think this game is worth picking up, if for no other reason, to just see all these cool mechanics at work. And just to see what this deed-based... Cinnabos, I don't think people really appreciate what has just happened, that Vin gave the game an A-. I'm not kidding when I say that regardless of whether or not I, you know, end up playing, you know, heroic deeds, I will be really thinking about these mechanics a lot. And not only for like, game design potential, but for like mega game potential, because a lot of these cool mechanics I think would work really well in a lot of our mega games. It is a really fun dungeon builder with a really cool collaborative element in a way that doesn't feel cheesy or like we're playing Fate, Cal says, my problem is it's an F, but if that double pool is fixed, it would be an S. So, at the end of the day, I would say this. I think that dice pool, the double dice pool system, I think it could be house ruled. If that's a problem for you. And again, maybe we're all overreacting, maybe. But I'm curious to see what Pete says, because I'm sure he spent a lot of time thinking about this. And sounds like he's got a crew of playtesters and stuff like that. So maybe we are all overreacting. But my gut instinct is that I would end up doing something with that. I'd probably end up making it look more like Legend of the Five Rings or whatever, where it's you roll your dice, you do that static damage, and then the armor just subtracts damage or something like that. I don't know. Is this dice pool the dagger? No, because the Daggerheart Druid is one class feature. This is the core attack mechanic. This is a much bigger deal. You can't handle mixed dice sets. You need 10 D12 that are all the same. Well, John, the key is don't pick a weapon that has a really high damage dice, and you'll be good. But all in all, incredibly impressive, man. Just the level of indie. This is an indie game designed by one person, people. This is an indie game designed by one person. As if I needed more imposter syndrome, like, between games like this and Trespasser and Tactic Quest and stuff like that, it's like I retire before I even begin. I retire. Like I'm this is outrageous. 0% that anything I made would be as cool or as revolutionary or as good or look as good and have that quality of art and layout and cool design things that make a bunch of us people who've seen. We have been around, people. We are not unknown. I think it's been in dev for 10 plus years when looking at the copyright page. No, the copyright page says that some of the artwork was from Dean Spencer back in 2015, used with permission. So I think just the art might be 10 years old, but I'm guessing that maybe that art wasn't ordered specifically for him. It was just a piece that artist wrote 10 years ago. In fact, actually, it says here, he was fooling around with a rules light system back in 2021 and, put it away. Then the OGL controversy hit in 2022 and everything changed. I wanted to break away from the D&D mold, and the first iterations was a D20 based version still tethered to those familiar trackings. It wasn't until I truly believed in the strength of Dodeca, which was his original idea for a D12, that I merged the system with the settings, and that's when the heroic deeds coming along. So he basically 2022. Well, he released it in 2025, Vin. So yeah, I guess three years. Maybe 2.5 or something. If we're being, I don't know when it ended. And then the WotC Nation attacked 100%. Incredible. Absolutely. It's stunning. Incredible. So I highly recommend that you all check it out. Again, my super chat goal today was only a whopping $1. So that I said, don't super chat, buy the book, buy the game. There's a link down below. It's to our Drive-Thru RPG affiliate. So, you'll get it. You'll put a $1 into the KOLC fund. It doesn't cost you any extra money. Doesn't take away from the author either. He gets it all. I recommend checking it out. I think there's a lot to like here, a lot to steal with. I absolutely love this deed system. The game is well named indeed. And again, we always talk about on this channel, we always talk about the 3 questions, right? What is this game about? How do the mechanics support that? What is the reward system? And I think we can all agree that for the most part, the third part, the what is the reward system, is mostly something that's like an afterthought. In fact, in some of these games, it's not even a thought at all. It's basically just super tacked on. This is a game that actually did revolutionary design in that part of the space, in the reward structure. That is really cool. Like, that is actually legitimately an impressive feat. You know, because to be honest with you, completely honest with you, like most of the core mechanics aren't really that crazy. We've seen stuff like that before. So the revolution for me here is more in the actual deeds system. I mean, I still think some of the other stuff is really cool. The rumors, the building, the adventurous locations, no doubt about that. But in terms of like the core game progression, the deeds system, and again, the game is named Heroic Deeds, is a really awesome way to put the players in the driver's seat. This puts the players in the driver's seat. It literally tells them, we talked about the 4E quest cards, Vin. I talked about them earlier. Exactly. And even still, the problem with the 4E quest cards is they came from me. This puts the players in the driver's seat. They look down at their deeds as a party, and they can kind of, you know, say, oh, what do you need to do? What do I need to do? Oh, we should go do this because we can accomplish our deeds together. That kind of player collaboration, planning, executing, then, oh, we're in downtime. So, hey, why don't we, we'll put a rumor into that location and we'll do this and we'll get prepared for it. And I'll level up my skill. Like that is going to be hugely beneficial. I like this better than Dragonbane because I can never fail the roll at the end of the session. That is really rough. This is more like Torchbearer, but without the required failures. Would you add that in? Would I add what in, GM Scott? That you need to fail? No, I don't think so. Because, I mean, if you fail, you just don't get to mark the check. I'm fine with people just, succeeding. No, I would not add in required failures. No. I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, well, that's the other thing too, right? You have the deeds on your character sheet, but like Vin was saying, I don't think it's likely or even possible that your character, like, you're never going to be able to probably get all the deeds. So even if you played through a character class again, you're going to get different abilities, different features, but you can choose to do that. You can say, I want to go get these deeds. I want to go get this ability. And then there's the additional deeds that come from the location, NPCs, quests. So yeah, but I think the deed system is actually pretty. I think that's really innovative, revolutionary, maybe not, but this puts the players in a very visceral driver's seat in a way that I think is better than even like Forbidden Lands or Dragonbane, where it's like, oh, did you explore a new dungeon? Did you fight a cool monster or whatever like that? This really pushes the players into these kind of individual deeds. And I think it kind of really changes the way that you play your game. And that's cool. I think that's really neat. So yeah, loved it. Amazing, incredible, cool. Sunday Assist. And it's a very cool way to diegetically advance. Exactly. My character was charging into combat all the time as a barbarian guy. And because I was charging into combat all the time, coming through, I get rewarded with the Brutal Slam talent. And now, when I attack, I can spend a vitality and I can make my opponent, get flung across. So. Exactly what heart does. Is that exactly what heart does? I remember heart. I remember feeling like heart was different. Yeah. I know that you had the unlocking your abilities things. But now I'm like, oh, how did you level up in heart? I know you had your core abilities and your minor abilities. You have the. I just don't remember who sets the beats. Okay, it depends on your calling. Got it. Okay, I'll give Heart. I'll give Heart the nod there. Yeah, I said that during the thing as well. I think the difference there is that in Heart, the players are picking it, and then the GM still has to weave it in. This is truly player driven. Like the GM doesn't have to do anything. That I think is really.
Scott tipped $4, topping it off.
Well, thank you, GM Scott, because we're about to sign off. I appreciate you topping us off there, buddy. Appreciate you so much. Well, this is a lot of fun. Always excited. We have some incredibly talented people who have decided to become members of the Night's Last Call. Thank you, Shu, for sponsoring this first look. Yeah, again, really, really cool. A little concerned about the thing. A+ otherwise. I'm gonna have to give it an A-, just because I'm a little bit concerned about that double dice pool system. But there's some editing. There's a couple misspellings that I noticed. And I didn't even look it up the whole book. I'm just picking and choosing. The PDF needs a bookmark. A couple edited spelling and editing grammatical errors. And man, I would love to hear the story of how they got to where they got with the attack roll and the damage roll thing. That would be very educational. Other than that, a lot of cool subsystems, a lot of stuff to beg, borrow, steal, and be inspired by. And again, just another example of just humiliating amounts of competence and skill out there with these incredible people. Indie game design is just crazy. It's just crazy. One person did that. It's awesome. So thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Thank you to Garblag for providing us with a PDF of his game. That was really cool of him. And again, if you want to check it out below, please do so. As for everybody else, thank you, Scott and Scotty and Cal and Testy Trek and Tundalus and Zetrum for your tips and supports tonight. Really appreciate you on this nice little fun Sunday, super secret Sunday system stream. And we'll be back this week with live stream number 400, which the patrons are letting me know what their thoughts and opinions are, what we should be doing on that next. So it should be a cool little fun celebration. But of course, we've also got some draw steel classes to finish up. We've got more first looks in the queue. I have a copy of 13th Age 2nd edition I think I'm going to give away because they sent me two, which was cool of them. And we haven't really done a deep dive in 13th Age. We've talked about it, but we haven't done a deep dive. Yeah, I don't know. More Daggerheart stuff. We have to schedule our second incarnation of the One Ring, which will be for the patrons, not for common YouTubes. But, we got to get that in. And yeah. And then, of course, Moria solo game, maybe Daggerheart actual play in 2026. So all these cool things are happening. So thank you so much to everybody. And we'll see you next time on Knights of Last Call. Peace.